Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission conference meeting this third day of October. Wow, we're in October already. I appreciate all those folks being here today. So let us begin our meeting. We'll start out with neighbor presentations. William Schneider regarding boat ramp access for tours. Mr. Schneider, please come to the podium. Give you a few minutes. Please go ahead. Push the button that says no right there.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Good. All right. I don't know if you recall, this is actually like the third time I'm here on this matter.
We recall.
All right. Haven't gotten anywhere. Actually gotten worse. They won't renew my business license for the tax division for this year unless I provide an alternate water access. I believe I should be grandfathered in. This new law or rule or whatever you guys call it, ordinance, was put in after my company's been around first. I've been around way longer. I've lost my house already. I've lost 3 employees. I'm on the brink of losing my entire business. This is serious now. I've been trying to do the right thing and take these routes for over a year now, and I keep getting on deaf ears. So at this point in time, this is my last plea. I'm about to go out of business that I started in 2006. Is there anything you can do to help me?
Well, is there any other place in the city that you can operate your business?
Well, the problem, no, because I have a beachfront pretty much location that I've been there for so many years. It's established. I pay rent. I do everything I'm supposed to do. They changed the policy of what's considered conducting business. I don't meet customers. I don't take money. I don't do contracts. I don't do repairs. I don't do this long list of things that you're not supposed to do at the ramps. I have all that at my location. All I do at the ramp is access the water.
Well, let me make sure. You had addressed us before. I mean, you said 3, but this is my second with you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Remind me exactly, what is your business? What do you do?
I have a tour. I do several different things there. I'm on Sunrise Boulevard, east of the overpass, the bridge. I do scooter rentals. I do different types of tours throughout the city: scooter tours, golf cart tours,
land-based,
food tours. These are my land-based. Okay. I also do water.
Okay.
I have jet ski tours. As well as, I used to do jet ski rentals many years ago. I had too many problems damaging my skis, letting people go unattended. I do not let people go unattended. I only do tours with the jet skis. And that's where I got grouped in with the rental, that they were doing rentals out of the park, and that's not what I do. I don't do rentals. I strictly do tours. And that's where I'm running into this huge problem.
No, because of what's going on right now, you're not doing any. This is affecting your water part. You're still doing the land tours. It's not being affecting that at all. Correct?
No, but you have to understand. It is because a lot of times it's grouped as a VIP package. Like they do multiple activities grouped together. Part of that tour would be like, whining and dining, and then the next day they come in the morning, we'll do around the Birch State Park, on bicycles, and then we'll go to the jet skis, and that would be all one group activity. So yeah, I'm losing across the board big time because of this.
Water base, do you have boats too, or just jet skis? And the jet ski part that's being impacted right now. How much of your business is the jet ski part?
About 60%.
Like how many jet skis do you have?
7, 8, including my tour guides.
I don't know if it's appropriate.
Well, does that conclude your remarks?
I have to say, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Mr. Thornburg to come up so he can respond. So why don't you just take a seat right there for a second? And Mr. Thornburg, could you please explain to the commission and to the audience what our policy is and why this has changed the scenario at that dock by George English Park?
Good afternoon, Mayor. So there's a park rule that states you cannot conduct business in the city park. And it's probably been a couple of years ago now, we started hearing the concerns from some of the previous commission and commissioners about the activity that was taking place in the river. And so we started to work with the police department and the city attorney's office to figure out how best to control that. And as we looked at it, and the attorney can speak to this, but the idea was, and we were directed that they should not be. They should not be conducting business in the park, and this was considered conducting business in the park.
So there's no other entity conducting business at that site?
So we have one vendor that we had an RFP that we put out to run an operation out of George English Park. So that vendor is in place now, which we get a percentage of their revenue, and then they operate and they have paddle boards, jet skis, kayaks, things like that. So this isn't just George English. This is any city park in the city, and it's not just jet skis. It deals with vendors. That's whether you're selling snow cones, you're selling whatever in a park. It's conducting business. And again, in this case, it was considered if they're using the ramp to launch their jet skis for their business, and that was considered business.
But we do allow a business to do that. I mean, you just said we
did. We went through the procurement process and have offered a person to do that.
All right. So, what you first said is we don't allow businesses to be conducted in our city parks, and now you're saying we've partnered with a business to conduct business in our city parks.
So I'm sorry, Mason. To clarify, it says with a permit from the city.
Right.
And permission from the city. So we went through the procurement process, and a vendor was selected. It came to the commission and was approved and selected to run a business in the park per the ordinance in the park rule.
Can I answer
Yeah,
a
go
few
ahead.
things
Go
while
ahead.
you're thinking? How long have we had that vendor, the current vendor, Phil?
I'd say probably 4 or 5 years.
4 or 5 years. What is your name again? William. How long have you been doing this?
2006, and that vendor is after 1 year they passed this.
Wait, we can't hear you.
Come up. Please come up.
It hasn't been 4 years. It's only been about 1 year.
No,
I
but you've been
I
doing
could
it
tell you-
longer than that.
I could
The
tell
key
you
is you've
the
been doing it
exact
longer
date.
than that. Okay.
Way longer, decades longer. And that whole RFP, as they call it, was won completely illegally. I looked into it. In the bylaws and the rules, it says that the company that wins has to have pre-existing jet ski rentals for a time of 3 years. The company that is currently there has never rented jet skis before this situation. They had kayaks, never did jet skis. And nobody else was made aware about this. They changed what was considered doing business before, was taking money, doing repairs, meeting customers, advertising. There was a list. Using the ramp was never considered conducting business. As long as you have your own location where you take your money, you do your, well, like make them do the paperwork. I shuttle them to the ramp and I shuttle them back.
Okay. Mr. Thornburg, do you mind if Mr. Mayor, if I ask you?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
How many jet skis does the vendor have?
I think there's a maximum in there, but as far as on a daily basis, it seems like there's probably around 4. I think they may have another 4 on a trailer last time I was by there, depending on the need.
Okay. If you're not doing business, as the public has access to use jet skis and things that are, I mean, it's not restricted just to the vendor. Other people could use that for launching and things like that, correct?
Yes, that's correct. So that it's a public boat ramp to launch. And people use their jet skis if they have them behind their houses, things like that. So you can still do it. You just can't conduct business in the park.
Mr. City Attorney, just want to get your feel on this. I mean,
so to give you
the issue is, I guess your contention is you're not doing business in the park, and the park is trying to preserve. Well, a couple other things that come up.
So, Commissioner, if I may, so for context, we have the boat ramp at George English Park, which was congested with a number of different vendors that were using it, so that the general public could not use the boat ramp. It became infeasible, congested. So the park rule was enforced. The park rule provides that parks shall not be used for business or social service purposes unless authorized pursuant to a written agreement with the city. The city chose to issue an RFP and awarded that to the vendor who is qualified to operate businesses. Therefore, all the other businesses that were congesting and clogging the boat ramp now are prohibited from conducting their business at the park, but residents are still allowed to access the boat ramp and use it for their recreational purposes.
Let me ask you, Phil, is there any issues from surrounding neighborhoods as far as noise or disrupting their, I mean, is it a neighborhood thing too, or it's strictly park? Do you have any neighborhood complaints?
Back when we first looked into this, again, it was probably a couple years ago, we did hear concerns not only from the district commissioner, but also people that lived on the river, that it was unsafe, and actually in the Marine Patrol as well, that it was just, as the city attorney mentioned, there was just way too much stuff going on there, whether it was at the ramps or in the river, in that area, or by Sunrise. So that was kind of what prompted us to to look at the park rule again and work with the police department to do greater enforcement.
Well, this is your district, correct?
No.
Oh, this is
District 1. George English Park is District 1.
Okay, I'm going to.
May I just 1 second? Just to be clear, what he's saying is 100% correct. A couple of years back, there was like 7 or 8 companies that were located in the park. They were coming in the park in the morning with their trailers and trucks, parking there, leaving their jet skis and trailers, advertising there, having customers meet there. They were going as far as using the park's address on Groupon. That was happening. That's not me. I don't do any of that. I have an alternate location where my customers meet, and I shuttle them back and forth to that park. They don't even take their own vehicle there. It's a very different entity and situation than the problem that they had. They had a problem with these companies giving people jet skis and letting them go on their own and go crazy in the waterways. That was the problem. That is not how I operate my business. I just wanted to be clear.
Have you met with the district commissioner, Mr. Herbst?
I have called. I have sent emails everywhere suggested. Like, I've been doing this since, August 1st of last year is when I first started coming here. August 1st marked 1 calendar year I've been dealing with this, and I get the Marine Patrol knows my jet skis, they know my trailers, they know my trucks. We won't even be around the park, because there are some places where I have done private launches, and they follow us to make sure we're launching. It's harassment at that point. It's
Well,
hard.
I don't know if there's a way to.
Have you had a chance to meet with the district commissioner on this issue?
They have sent me. I've sent emails, and I haven't heard anything. And last time, that's what you guys told me to do. I sent the email, and I haven't heard anything in return.
Okay, well, my thought is, I'd like to find a way that we could work it out. I don't know, but I'm going to defer to Mr. Herbst. He's the commissioner that represents your district, and he's in there, and he usually takes the lead. So, John, I'm going to defer to your judgment.
John, do you have any thoughts on this?
So yes, we do, and we've gotten the concerns that were expressed to us. We looked into it. We've had conversation with staff, and as staff has related, we went through an RFP process. The RFP was awarded to a vendor, and there's simply not an avenue at this point for us to allow somebody who did not participate in the RFP or did not win the RFP to conduct the same activity. So I'm relying on the guidance from staff that this constitutes business activity. This is really no different than the chairs that we have down at the beach or the other rentals that we do at the beach. If we're going to, as a city, put out revenue contracts and allow folks to conduct business in our public spaces, we have to respect that process. And that's kind of where we are. I'm sympathetic to the needs of his business, but if we're going to go through a process that awards a license, if you will, for somebody to operate their business on public property, then we have to respect that. Or we simply say we're not going to do that, and anybody is welcome to come and set up business there. So that would, again, that would address the Boucher brothers and their chairs at the beach. Anybody can come and rent chairs at the beach. So we either respect the process or we don't respect the process. In this case, we looked at it and we determined, based on back and forth with staff, that this was not an appropriate activity because it interfered with somebody else who had gone through the RFP and had been awarded that opportunity to conduct their business there.
Okay, well, let me follow up with what Commissioner Sturman has been asking. So the type of business that you have is that the actual business part of it is conducted off-site,
Correct.
and you just have a gathering spot, which is at the George English Park ramp.
We even gather at my office. I shuttle the customers from my office to George English and shuttle them back. They don't even gather. We go there together and come back together.
Okay, so technically they're just members of the public who are assembling at or disembarking at George English Park,
Exactly.
and then they're getting onto one of your vessels.
If my vessels weren't already known by Marine Patrol, you would not even be able to tell I was a company. You would think we're a family showing up at the dock. We don't sit at the dock all day like these companies that they've had problems with in the past that just sit there all day with their signs and stuff. We don't do that. We conduct a tour. The people come back from the tour, and we go back to our office where their cars are parked. It's not conducting business. It's simply accessing the water. Conducting business would be meeting the customers there, having them do paperwork, accepting the money, doing repairs, advertising. Things of that nature would be considered conducting business. Simply accessing the water the only way physically possible should not be considered conducting business if that's all you're doing at the park. And that's just right and wrong.
Thoughts?
I'm right.
I would love to find a way to
Help Mr.
accommodate
Schneider?
this, but But it does sound like it's not black and white. I don't know if there's a way to craft something that could accommodate him. But at the end of the day, I mean, John knows that area much better than I do. He knows the geography, the layout, the people. And I will defer to John, but if there's any way that John could work something out, I would not be opposed to anything that would be brought forward.
So again, I come back to the fact that I'm relying on staff. So my staff did look into this. I'm reading, the email back from one of my assistants, and she says, from a zoning perspective, he's not permitted to have a business at the park. The Parks Department saw a need for commercial rental and put out an RFQ or an RFP, I forget which one, and the current vendor is the only company permitted to provide those services. So again, I say we must respect the process. If we're going to put something out, if we are going to put something out and invite people to bid on having the ability to operate a business in our public spaces, we need to respect that. We can't then go ahead and turn around and allow somebody else to conduct business at that same location when we have gone through the RFP process.
All right,
so we either need to, if I may though, we either need to not put it out to RFP and allow anybody to conduct business, or we have to honor the process. I favor no one vendor over any other. It's not about the vendor. It's about honoring the process.
So if Mr. Schneider were to take his family to George English Park ramp and go, I guess each one of them has a jet ski, and they decide to use George English Park as a disembarkation point, we have nothing against that. It's just the exchange of money that we seem to have a problem with.
The jet skis can't be registered to a company. That's the
sorry?
problem. That the registration of the skis cannot be to a company. It has to be to a private. That's how they're distinguishing. They'll run the registration to the jet ski. If that jet ski is registered to a company, they're going to stop you. If
Right,
it's
but don't interrupt
private,
what I'm saying.
I'm sorry.
Okay, because I'm trying to figure out a path here. Okay, so operating a business there, I don't know what operating a business means there. Does someone have a concession there, an office? So there's a physical location. Someone has the ability to engage tourists or locals who want to use that ramp to go. Now they're allowed to use jet skis independently of a tour. Are we allowing that, Phil? Is that how that works? If someone wants to just rent a jet ski and use that operation to rent a jet ski, is that what's going on there?
So again, it's conducting a business. So whether they're conducting a tour or they're bringing for an individual to operate on their own, they both are considered conducting a business. Again,
I understand that, but I'm trying to figure out, what kind of imposition does his business create for the use of that ramp? And because I'm not in favor of another business establishing itself there. I don't think anybody on the commission wants that, and I don't think we would want it as a city to have multiple kiosks set up there that kind of crowd the area and make it unusable for the general public. But if you have one concession there and you have one operator there and they have their physical presence there and they're operating their business out of there and we've made a partnership with them, I want to know if Commissioner Sturman decides he wants to go take his own jet ski there and use the ramp to go out into the water, there's nothing to prevent him from doing that. But what we're saying is that if a business brings several people there to do the exact same thing, then that we have a problem.
So Mayor, if I may, so Mr. Schneider had mentioned earlier that there was a condition where there were multiple operators operating out of the parking lot under what he's terming as our old interpretation of doing business in the park. What those operators were suggesting was that they were doing training off-site, and as he's indicated, bringing their customers to the site and launching them out on the water. What they were actually doing were bringing the individuals into the parking lot, showing them training videos, and then launching the vehicles. What I am afraid that this path is leading is to create another loophole, but whereby not only Mr. Schneider, but the other vendors, and there are multiple vendors, will also, under whatever we're crafting here, find a way to, again, inundate the park and use the boat ramp for these purposes. We've taken, and my predecessor has taken significant steps. We've gone to court. We've won on this issue.
Right.
And we have successfully mitigated the issues that were out there through this policy, and ask that we continue in this way.
What's the current awarded bid through the RFP? What's the life of it?
I'll have to get back to you, Commissioner. I would guess it's probably another year or two, and then it would be rebid. But I don't have that with me right now.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Phil? So we also do jet ski launching out at the beach, don't we? And I think some other types of launching that we permit. How do we do that?
We have a jet ski rental company at the beach in the same fashion. We did an RFP or a bid process for that as well, and they won the bid, and they launch off the ocean into the ocean.
All right. So presumably then whatever we do here affects that as well. So we're setting a precedent that then anybody can come and launch off the beach at the same time.
Well, and I guess to the city attorney's point, the concern when we talked about this is it's hard to allow one or two vendors to do this and not everyone else. So and we understand Mr. Schneider's concerns, and I've gotten numerous calls from other vendors with the same concern, and I understand that. But in talking to the city attorney's office at the time, the challenge was how do you allow one or two and not anyone else that might want to do it. So that was the concern that was shared as well.
Yes.
So one of the questions from the Vice Mayor was, what was it approved on May 3rd, 2022? A 5-year agreement with 2 options to renew was approved.
5 years with 2.
Yeah, 5 years with 2 1-year options to renew, and the city attains 25% of monthly gross concession receipts. And the company's Blue Moon.
Okay. Our city attorney and Mr. Thornburg have indicated that it's just not going to work this time.
Well,
So.
is there a way to make another category, like for that's not a business, but it's not on site? I mean, that could be regulated at least. A category of use that's not on site or something to.
A lot of the companies that were there that you're speaking of did not have actual locations. It's very simple. You just have to go see if a company has an actual address. You can see if that company has a physical address or if they're just operating out of the park. If the company has a physical address within close proximity of that boat ramp, obviously they would be meeting their customers at their location and bringing them there. Why would they have an address and be paying rent? These other companies that were there did not have addresses. They just had some jet skis and they sat in the park. And that was a problem. And I can understand that. But once again, I'm getting grouped with these companies. I should be grandfathered in the same way my company with the scooters have been in the years past. Because I was there before this. I was there before this whole RFP. And that whole thing that took place wasn't even done legally. If you look into it, it was done illegally. The company never rented a jet ski before in their life, and they were able to get this bid. It's not fair. This is really like craziness because it's like if the city doesn't get a cut, you're going to shut everybody else out. Is exactly what's happening. And does anybody else see the problem with that?
I don't see a problem with that because there are numerous other boat ramps,
communism, sir,
private,
which you're not allowed to use.
Free market boat ramps throughout the city. This is one public boat ramp. It's not communism.
It's every
So,
public boat ramp.
with regards to the commissioner's question, the rule that we're enforcing says that no business can operate without a written agreement with the city. So the issue is not the categories of people that are using it, is whether or not the business has a written agreement with the city. We put out an RFP and we've awarded that RFP. So the question would be whether there's another type of written agreement that can be had with the city that would allow other businesses to operate without infringing on the contractual rights that we've given this one vendor to use that particular site for these recreational purposes.
But actually, this nails it on the head, and I think maybe it should work through Commissioner Herbst. I mean, I would encourage you to reach out to Commissioner Herbst. It's his district that's involved.
All right. That's the best we can do, Mr. Schneider. Okay, let's move on to CF1, Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport lead emissions analysis. Who will be making that presentation?
Yes, we have our expert, and also Rufus is approaching the podium.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Rufus James, Airport Director, Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport. About almost a year ago, actually, the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, issued a determination that lead emissions from aircraft that use avgas, which is also known as 100 low lead, is emitting emissions from the aircraft into the atmosphere, and felt that it was having an impact on the lives of everyone. So we hired our consultant, which is Harris Miller and Hansen, who's also our noise abatement consultant, and they also do environmental studies, to take a deeper dive into the EPA's results to find out specifically where does FXC stand in those emissions that emitted from those types of aircraft. So today we're joined by Robert Menser. He's a principal consultant with HMMH, and he's prepared a presentation that will tell a little bit more on where FXC stands as far as lead emissions.
Thanks, Rufus, and members of the Commission. So I just want to give an overview of lead emissions. So EPA is very concerned about lead emissions and has looked into and entered this endangerment finding, as Rufus stated, and they have collected comments and will be entering a final rule sometime later this year. So they're concerned about all sources of lead, especially given the fact that it's very persistent and can remain in the environment over time. Average lead concentrations have decreased dramatically since EPA regulations phasing them out of leaded gasoline for automobiles and other sources of transportation besides aviation. And those were phased out in 1996. And also in 2008, the EPA reduced the federal guidelines for lead emissions and made it more stringent than the previous record. And so that's the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, or the NAQS. And that was 10 times more stringent than it was previous to 2008. Since 2010, the lead concentrations have decreased more than 88% in the environment compared as of today, and are well below the national standard. So for what we did for the airport was we used the FAA's regulatory air quality and noise model, which is required for developing air quality emissions levels, and it's called the AEDT, or the Aviation Environmental Design Tool. We used an environmental study that we had previously used for the airport and updated it using more recent data, and also updated it to the latest version, which is version 3E. We used the calendar year of 2022 radar data collected from the airport. This data was then grouped into FAA tower count categories, so that each of the fleet mix categories could be then scaled to the appropriate tower count. So this included arrivals, departures, and all of the training or pattern local operations. These were scaled to each of those categories so that we would have an accurate count of the operations in calendar year 2022. So approximately 60% of the operations were piston type aircraft using avgas. Overall, there were a total of 187 aircraft types and rotary aircraft types that were in the fleet mix using avgas, and approximately 107,000 operations between the air taxi, GA, and local count were evaluated in the ADT model. It was run ADT was run with all of these arrivals and departures and training operations to calculate essentially the level of fuel burned by those operations below the mixing height. The mixing height is a level where emissions generated by aircraft above that level would mix into the atmosphere and would not affect levels on the ground. So because the ADT does not calculate lead directly, we use the fuel burn level, the amount of fuel burned by those operations, and put it into the EPA's lead emission calculation, and calculated the amount of lead generated by the airport over the course of the year in 2022. Oops. Nope.
I was going to say that's quick.
It jumped ahead. One more. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the analysis showed that over the course of calendar year 2022, approximately half a ton, or 1,000 pounds of lead were generated throughout the course of the year. This yearly value was then scaled down to approximate values over the course of the month, or a daily amount. So approximately 86 pounds of lead per month, or 2.8 pounds of lead per day are generated by avgas aircraft at Fort Lauderdale Executive.
So where does that go?
So most of it is, a large amount of it is generated by the aircraft doing pre-flight run-ups and on their operations on the runway as they're taking off and arriving. And so most of that remains on airport property. Once it takes off until it climbs above or below 3,000 feet, it's mixed into the atmosphere.
So are we talking about particulate matter as well, or just gaseous forms of lead? I mean, lead doesn't have a gaseous form.
Correct. Right.
So it's particulate matter. So that just sort of floats into the atmosphere?
Yes, so it's mixed into the atmosphere. It can
isn't it heavier than the air, though?
So it settle.
It will settle. It'll be. It'll also disperse based on the prevailing winds as the aircraft fly by. So it's dispersed and mixed over an area.
Go into the neighborhoods?
Well, here's a question for you. I think, Mayor, if I can ask.
Go ahead.
It looks like we're not.
You're the scientist here.
So they say. It looks like you're not. I mean, I thought you were measuring lead. You're actually measuring fuel burned, and just extrapolating what the lead would be. You're not actually measuring lead.
Correct. We didn't do any testing.
And you have no idea what the lead is. So the busier we are, the higher the number that's going to be. So the fact that I think we were number 18 or something, that's
Correct.
More of a measurement of how busy we are, not necessarily how much lead we have. It's an assumption, right?
It's based on the amount of lead. So the EPA, which I'll get to in a minute, you did estimates of using the level of operations for airports for 2020,
right?
And then categorized them all in a list. What we did here was instead of estimating just based on the operations, we determined what the actual operations were of piston engine aircraft and calculated the lead generated below the mixing height.
Well, Rufus, do we have anything or any program that actually measures, tests that assumption? Do we measure lead per se? Do we measure lead on the ground, in the drinking water, in the soil? Our 5 ash is being moved now to the Prospect Lake, and that's a big concern. Lead getting into that. Granted, it's way, way, way deeper. And if Alan wants to talk about that, do we actually measure lead, or this is all simply calculations on what it would be?
We don't measure lead at all. The only airport that I'm aware of was an airport in California, and it was only because of the community had been experiencing some sicknesses and so forth. So they put equipment out to measure the amount of lead that was being emitted into the air, and that was in the area.
Okay, so based upon the mayor's concerns, the questions with lead, obviously with children, lead paint, like little kids would lick it or something. If it gets into the ground or into the water or on your skin, what are the biggest health concerns that we're looking at with lead?
Well, I'm sure Mr. Mensah will be able to speak more to this, but a lot of what I have read after learning this was that lead does exist in the soil everywhere in the country. You can look at prior to the ban of leaded vehicles, residences that were closer to roadways, if you sampled the soil around those homes or those communities, you will find lead that pretty much is from when leaded vehicles were using that fuel. And so it never goes away. What we're hoping to get from this is eventually testing the soil on the airport, also testing the surfaces where these aircraft do their run-up, and to see if there's any traces of lead that's left on site. And again, reading what I have read so far, the few airports that have done some of these tests, there was no trace of lead.
We were number 18 in the nation, I think. I don't know if we've come to that. Is that correct? But that's out of how many? Out of like 5,000 airports? Or...
That is correct. It's approximately about 5,500 airports.
Okay. Not now, but I don't know if Dr. Gassman is in the office.
She's right over there.
Okay. When we're done, if she wanted to comment when they're finished about the environmental impact on that, I would be curious. Would that be something you could do?
What's your question?
About from the environmental point, I would imagine she would, or maybe Alan could comment upon. Well, that's at the end of your presentation. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, we strictly were modeling the amount of lead generated by the piston engine aircraft for calendar year 2022. We also looked at the hourly distribution over the course of a day, and it matches up very closely to the level of aircraft operations, where it increases throughout, starting after sunup around 7 a.m. Through sundown, with the highest concentrations in the middle of the day around noontime. And so this is an annual value for that hour of the day, with the greatest level, as I said, around noontime. So according to the latest National Emissions Inventory for Broward County for the state of Florida, Broward County contributes 3.38% of total lead emissions from aircraft operations in the state of Florida. And out of that 3.38%, there are 4 airports in Broward County that are contributing to this value. North Perry at 1.3%, Fort Lauderdale Executive at 1%, Pompano at 0.9%, and Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International at approximately 0.2%. So most of their operations are jet aviation and don't use avgas. So Broward County is an attainment for lead. So an attainment zone is defined by the EPA as an area that is where the air quality meets or exceeds the level of the national standard. And due to this, EPA does not test or have monitors. While they have monitors in Broward County and in other places in Florida, they do not test for lead.
So the EPA is just sort of extrapolating from the analysis that you've just described about the level of emissions and the source of the emissions, and they're just extrapolating. Then there can't possibly be a problem because so little is being emitted into the atmosphere or is being deposited into the ground, and so. That's kind of what you're telling us.
Well, I'm telling you that that they have determined that the levels of lead within the county are below meet the criteria or below the national standard. And
because
they
of the
have been doing
emissions,
research.
because of the level of emissions, not necessarily that they've tested the ground, but they just
Correct.
extrapolate from an analysis that, X amount of emissions are found in the atmosphere in Broward County, 1% of which, from the whole state's point of view, comes from FXC, and therefore, as a result, there can't possibly be a problem of lead deposits in our groundwater or in our communities because that level is considered acceptable under EPA standards.
Correct. It's considered acceptable under the EPA standards.
Could you go back?
And they'd use I was just going to say that they use a different metric over. It's a 3 month average that they use to calculate for the national standard.
Okay.
Could you go back to the last slide?
Yep. Yes.
If you look at this, I mean, North Perry, no, the one you had, keep going.
This one.
There, bingo. Fort Lauderdale Airport, FLL, is way below anybody else, but their volume is that based upon the type of fuel that's burned? Is that why they're
That's
low?
correct. Yes.
Okay, this is, okay.
This is strictly for aircraft that are still using aviation gasoline.
And because it's so much busier, but the fact is that most of their planes do not use that type of fuel.
Correct. They're using
Okay.
jet fuel.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
That's right. So EPA's done a lot of research, and they're continuing to look at this issue and work on piston engine lead emissions in areas around airports. Areas around airports, there may be concentrations that are due to aircraft operations, but they're typically within the fence line and on the airport property, and usually in areas where the pre-flight checks are done or where aircraft are fueled. Lead levels dissipate quickly with distance from the piston engine aircraft exhaust, and estimated lead concentrations decrease to below the standard within 50 meters of the highest concentration. So approximately 164 feet from the aircraft emitting the lead levels, they would decrease well below the standard.
But again, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what you're saying here. So there are emissions,
Yes.
and they come from these planes that use the avgas.
Correct.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that they dissipate, but it doesn't disappear. It dissipates. Disappear. Okay, it doesn't disappear. The lead is still there.
Correct. It dissipates and spreads out.
Right. And contaminating a larger area than just in a concentrated area.
Yeah. So there's lead levels. If you test the ground, there's going to be small traces of lead levels everywhere.
I get that. I understand that.
But it's not exceeding any of the national or local standards.
Okay.
For example, on the next slide, there have been several tests done at other airports.
Okay.
And the this will not switch.
Our monitors here just lost the signal. We have it on our computers, but I just want you to know the monitors lost the signal. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So there have been several studies done of soil samples at various airports on airport property and in the communities surrounding the airports. Reed Hillview was the most recent one in 2022, and no exceedance of any lead levels was found. Peachtree DeKalb Airport, which has a high level of general aviation avgas operations, actually tested the soil near the GA ramp and in areas on airport property, and those values did not exceed any level. EPA has different standards for example, if you're doing soil testing, and I'm not a soil testing expert, but if you're doing soil testing, they have a different standard. For example, like children's playgrounds, it's a much lower level, and the level detected on an airport property was below that for a children's playground. Multiple regional airports in Oklahoma were tested in 2017 with the same result, and recently Naples Airport did swab testing and laboratory testing on different substances from buildings and different neighborhood properties around the airport, and with the same result that no detectable or high levels of lead were detected. So FAA's contributing is working towards a lead-free future. They have a program where they're trying to get all the avgas and aircraft converted over to unleaded fuel by 2030. It's the Eliminate Aviation Gasoline Lead Emissions Initiative, or EAGLE initiative. And so they're working with manufacturers and research firms and fuel companies to develop unleaded fuel, ideally that all piston engine aircraft can use safely, and that a consistent an amount of national supply can be generated.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Commissioner Herbst, do you have any questions?
No, I think, from my neighborhood's perspectives, we're, first of all, happy that this was undertaken. We're obviously concerned about the amount of lead in Twin Lakes and Palm Air, Lofts of Palm Air. These are the neighborhoods immediately adjacent to the airport, so there's a heightened level of interest and concern. And I think the soil testing component is really going to be the most telling one. That's the one really that we're waiting on. I'm glad we started this, and I appreciate that Rufus initiated this particular contract under the auspices of the existing contract that we had in place. So I'm glad we moved quickly on it. But the more definitive part for me is going to be the soil testing, because that soil that's in the ground where their children are playing is the real concern for me. So let's just keep moving forward. Let's get that back as quickly as possible and take it from there.
Rufus, is that on schedule to be done?
Yes, the next step is to hire a consultant to do the soil sampling. And so I've reached out to a few of the other airports to find out what contractors they have used. So that way at least we have a list that we can send out to so they can submit their proposal.
Okay. All right. If there are no more questions, I have a couple of people who signed up to speak. Any other questions of these gentlemen? There being none. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. There are two people signed up to speak, Michael Ray and Tom Quinn. Mike, you want to come up here?
Thank you. My name is Michael Ray. I live in the Palm Air Lofts, and I'd like to point out a few things about this study that I consider deficient. First of all, the point that the highest concentrations are typically within the fence line. Well, according to the EPA, the maximum impact is 50 meters. However, the lead can go in the air up to 500 or 1,000 meters in some cases. And 500 meters would be 4 blocks. 1,000 meters would be 8 blocks. Next point, that the lead levels dissipate quickly. They don't. They blow all over. And maybe the lead level at the airport might be lower, yeah, because they blow 4 to 8 blocks away, and then they go down in the soil and into the water. Third point. Well, also on the second point, according to the EPA, quote, lead emitted in the past can remain available for environmental or human exposure for extended times in some areas. Lead in the environment today may have been airborne yesterday or emitted to the air long ago. Third point, levels in Broward County do not exceed federal or state levels. But how do they know if they haven't tested the soil or the water? Easy to say, right? Also in their study, they talk about, I don't understand it, it talks about pounds and tons, but the standard is MCG 0.15 micrograms per cubic meter allowed. And I see nowhere in the study where they talk about that. Also, as mentioned, the effect on children is the most important thing here. Children are at a higher risk due to their rapid growth, their bone structure, their muscles, and they can absorb lead 90% more than adults. And just to point out, there's a school, Calvary Chapel, 2 blocks from the airport, that has 2,000 students and 20,000 members. So how are they being affected? Which is why the Palmair Lofts in August sent a resolution to the commission asking that they study not only the air at the airport, but also the water and the soil, but not only at the airport, but in the adjacent neighborhoods where it might blow over. And it doesn't dissipate, it goes into the water and the plants and even the animals. And what it can cause are things like cancer, IQ levels, brain damage, heart attacks, breathing issues, and arthritis. The city manager in his memo says that the EPA, quote, will include further studies to determine if lead emissions from aircraft engines cause or contribute to lead pollution. They've already done it. Bottom line, you need to switch from lead fuel now. The EPA has already approved a fuel that's unleaded. It can be used with very little modification needed. And you know you've gotten grant money, millions of dollars FXE has obtained from the FAA. Recently, you have a contract, I think, to get $584,000 for a runway. So why not ask for a grant to subsidize the conversion of the cost difference, which I read is only 45 cents to 80 cents a gallon more. So if you want to stop the lead, it's important to find out, sure, what level there is there, but stop it now. Don't wait until 2030 when the FAA plans to finally get around to it. Because frankly, myself and all the other residents I know, we don't want to be poisoned for another 7 years. And we elected you to represent us and take care of us. So we hope that you will take this serious and look into it further, as I have in the last few weeks, and find out how simple it can be done. And there are other fuels. There's like 5 fuels now that are unleaded that could be used. At least one of them, the GAMI G100UL, was approved by the FAA already in 2022. And there are certain airports, already a few, that only allow unleaded fuel. So if you have to pay a little more money, what's the price of that? I mean, it's more important than the value of our lives and our health. Anyway.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Tom? Okay.
Mr. Hurst. Yeah. I think I was 22, 23 years old when I had chartered, in order to learn how to fly a plane, from Miami and landed at FXE Airport here in Fort Lauderdale. At that time, that location was out in the middle of Egypt. Things have changed. The engine on my 60 Continental is wholly different. I'm not the 23-year-old kid that flew that plane. I'm an old man today. But lead is something that we need to pay good attention to. Test, test, test. I think Commissioner Herbst would be interested in having that process followed through. As a Marine, he certainly should be able to do that. It's hard for me to look at the information you were giving today when it was conjecture and speculation and no concrete evidence. If you can't feel, taste, and touch it, what are we talking about? Let's do that. And I'm glad to see some members of the commission feel that way. And thank you for some of the questions you asked. I thought that was very insightful. I'm going to make this simple. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? Okay, there being none, so we have steps going forward, and I think the when we have the results of that test, you'll come back and we'll see exactly what the situation is. Great. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next item.
Whoa, we're not. Are we done with this one yet or not?
Did you want to say? I asked if you wanted to say anything.
Oh no,
else.
I think the public. I think Mr. Dodd, if you could come up. I don't know if you would be the one or who would, from your office, who would be the one that would talk about the environmental impact and the dangers. I know people don't know lead. I think when they dissipated, Mr. Mayor, I think that means falling to the ground more than anything. Not into the air, because lead is a heavy substance. It's naturally occurring. It's dangerous, particularly the children in their nervous system as they're growing up and has multiple toxic. Lead is not a good thing to consume. I believe it's either eaten or inhaled are the two things. I don't think if you touch it, is the problem, unless you want to. Do you guys have any expertise on that?
Dr. Nancy Gassman, Assistant Public Works Director in charge of sustainability. The standard for lead for soil is based on ingestion, not on touching it. And again, the issue is that kids on the playground actually ingest dirt.
Right.
So that's why the standards for playgrounds are higher than other locations.
And I think it's, again, children as they're growing, it's much more detrimental to them than adults. Our nervous system has developed at that point. The other big question for the two of you, I think everybody's thinking this in the back of their mind. We're moving to Prospect Lake, and the big question is there any danger of lead over the course of time infiltrating the water that's going from Prospect Lake?
So lead is one of the standards that we are required to test for in our raw drinking water. And again, the water that comes, we currently use water from the Prospect area, the Prospect well field, to provide water to about half the city, a little more than half the city. So that's water that we're already using. The testing for lead in our raw water system from the Prospect well field shows that we are two magnitudes lower than the standard for lead in that raw water. So we do not see a lead problem in our raw water from that well field.
But over the big thing, again, Rufus, you could allude on the fact that we're going to be testing the soil too at this particular point going forward. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner. We will be testing the soil at the airport.
And, okay, that, just as long as we get a handle on this, we don't want to wait until once you wait until there's lead in the water and you've identified that, then we're stuck because that's where the water is. But just getting a handle on it with the flight pattern and everything right above the well field.
But again, Commissioner Sturman, what we're currently seeing in our well field is 2 orders of magnitude lower.
Okay, good.
And the standard is 15 parts per billion.
Okay.
So it's a very conservative standard, and we're seeing, again, two levels below that. The other thing to keep in mind is that our groundwater flows, and the direction of flow is from that Prospect well field area toward the airport, not the other way around.
Okay. Okay. And Ruth, thank you so much for doing the testing and being proactive. I appreciate that.
Certainly. And, if it helps, I digged a little deeper with this to look at our operations count. In 2001, we were at 260,000 operations. That's landings and takeoffs at the airport. Today, as you saw from the slide, we're at 180,000 operations. So a significant decrease in reciprocating piston engine aircraft operating at the airport. Another stat that's worth looking at, although 60% of the aircraft that operate at the airport are piston-driven aircraft that use the avgas, our fuel for last year was approximately 13 million gallons of fuel that was sold, combined jet fuel and avgas. Of that 13 million gallons, 12.2 million was Jet A, and about 900,000 gallons, 8%, was avgas. So we've seen an uptick in jet activity, and we've seen it even a case where there's been less flight schools operating at the airport. So the recip aircraft, the piston engine aircraft, there is a reduction of those operations simply because as these larger airplanes come into the mix, it makes it that much more difficult for the smaller guys to operate because when you have a jet aircraft on final doing 200 miles an hour and you've got a smaller aircraft doing 60 miles an hour, they get frustrated over time and decide we're going to go somewhere else because this is just impacting their operation. And so we've seen that reduction in the piston engine driven aircraft.
Can I ask you one last question?
Sure.
As a gentleman from Palm Air had alluded to, is there anything in the pipe that the EPA is going to be trying to regulate and maybe prohibit lead in the piston airplanes at some point?
So yeah, that transition, and the FAA is on board with this. They want to ban lead or low lead, 100 low lead by 2030. You know, it is a process such that some of the airports that have taken on this initiative, it's more or less what the operators, the aircraft owners, have requested. So if, and I'll use the FXC FBOs, for instance, the fixed base operators, if none of their customers are asking for the unleaded fuel, then they're not just going to go out and buy a truck that's specifically for unleaded fuel and just have it sitting there. So we plan, as part of our additional work that's going to be done, it is to do a survey of all the FBO operators and see what their initiatives are for going with unleaded.
All right, thank you so much for taking the initiative on this. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to Business 1. This is a presentation, Beach Business Improvement District Feasibility, Expansion Feasibility Study. Who will be discussing this?
Yes, we have a consultant, and Chris Cooper will be introducing the topic on bid expansion.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is James Karras. I'm Principal of Karras Community Investment, a community and economic development consulting firm based here in Fort Lauderdale. I was contracted by the city to conduct a study of the Fort Lauderdale Beach Business Improvement District and test for the feasibility of the expansion of the boundaries of that business improvement district. Bids encourage positive transformation. I think the benefits include encouraging economic development, help with business attraction and retention. They promote local businesses and generate economic activity within the district and create clean and safe environments for workers, residents, and visitors, and improve the overall quality of the life of the district. Business improvement districts have been used a tool around the country, an economic development tool around the country. Times Square in New York City is probably the most famous bid, including those in Washington, D.C., downtown Coral Gables, the Wynwood District in Coconut Grove in Miami have or are currently bids, and of course Fort Lauderdale Beach bid, which started in 2006. I was the consultant that did the original business plan in 2006 to create the Business Improvement District, and it was created to address the overall appearance of Fort Lauderdale Beach, address limited streetscape landscaping and beautification, inadequate wave wall maintenance, inefficient signage and branding identification, lacking pedestrian needs, and improvement of the overall image of the beach. The business plan that created the business bid at that time focused on improving the physical appearance of the beach and marketing district businesses and promoting the beach as a premier resort destination, and initially hiring additional security. It created a dedicated revenue stream to fund capital improvements and advocated for district businesses in coordinating with key community partners and organizations. In 2006, I'm pretty sure if you dig into your memory banks, you can remember Fort Lauderdale Beach was still emerging from the stereotype of the 80s. When I first arrived here, it certainly Fort Lauderdale was known as the spring break capital of the world, if you will. In 2006, that image was still associated with the beach was still associated with rowdy spring break activities. and a number of other issues. The beach and A1A were poorly maintained. The aesthetics of the beach or the feel of it, although it had been improved, it still was not up to standard, and it lacked visitor services, and certainly there were traffic issues and parking issues as well. Today, Fort Lauderdale Beach is emerging as a premier resort destination. An amazing array of waterfront dining and entertainment. It's certainly family friendly and visited. You just go any weekend and see the crowds that are there and how well the hotels are doing. There's an engaging events calendar, and the bid has created a revenue stream to address some of the issues that were existing in 2006. To create this transformation, it requires support through the special assessment. And the assessment goes to the property owners, the district property owners, the commercial property owners, and provides for an equitable distribution of improvement costs. And the revenue collected is redistributed through the district to fund bid services. And fund services tailored to local needs, provide services beyond that which local government delivers. So all of this is beyond what the city already does on an annual basis through their budget. It requires a long-term source of revenue to continue the transformation as a world-class resort. The Fort Lauderdale Beach succeeds with funding from its members, the commercial properties that pay into it, the millage rate of 0.88525 for $1,000 taxable value. And the board is created of the largest, the advisory board is created with the largest contributors, and the total revenue in fiscal year 2023 was over $1 million, $1,093,000. Today, Fort Lauderdale Beach bid brings value through funding events, marketing and branding for district businesses as they launch their new website, which has been both previously and currently very active, and building and maintaining relationships with event promoters. The bid works on aesthetic and capital improvements, increasing security and safety, and advocating for district businesses. As you can see, since fiscal year 2007 to today, close to $13 million has been raised from these commercial property members of the Business Improvement District. The beach bid actively promotes grant support for events, including the Panthers NHL All-Star Weekend, Odyssey Beach Festival, Tortuga Music Festival, the Air Sea Show, Pride Fort Lauderdale, and Winterfest, and has participated in beautification projects on the west side of A1A, in pedestrian lighting, and beach parking lot improvements, and smart city digital information kiosks at the Las Olas Oceanside Park and the beach garage. Since March 2023, there's been an improved website. The overall visitors are 118,000, and the average visit duration is 3 minutes and 27 seconds. They click on, if you will, to some of the members of the bid, to the hotels, and some of the tenant restaurants within those commercial properties. But there are still issues in the bid on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Homelessness is increasing. It requires full coordination, collaboration, and cooperation. There's a level of perceived safety and security for visitors, and I think that level, which is hard to measure, but certainly in discussing and interviews we had with a number of stakeholders, many of them shared experiences of guests feeling not safe because of from the perception or the reality of the homeless that are on the beach and within the properties along A1A. The scheduling of city events, you had a recent joint workshop with the Beach Bid Board, and I know this issue came up in terms of city events. For instance, the A1A marathon during high season caused traffic challenges for residents and visitors. managing the flow of residents for traffic, dealing with traffic congestion. And coastal conservation and preservation is critical to the natural beauty of Fort Lauderdale Beach. And competition from other destinations can have a significant impact on the local economy, especially beach businesses. I point to Hollywood, Pompano Beach, and others who have created their own marketing campaigns beyond the Greater Fort Lauderdale Visitors and Convention Bureau. Fort Lauderdale Beach is competing with those in the county, and certainly in those north and south of Broward County as well. Again, in interviewing and having discussions and attending meetings, the priorities of the stakeholders are maintain and increase positive earned media, extending seasons and high seasons and strengthening overall demand, leveraging centralized marketing channel integrations with stakeholder paid and owned media, working to find alleviation and help for the homeless population, increasing safety and security, and developing even stronger communication with city officials. These were the priorities of the major property owners that we spoke to. This is the current proposed Fort Lauderdale bid in terms of the feasibility study. The purple area is the current Fort Lauderdale Business Improvement District. And as you can see, there's one area west of the current bid and north of the current bid to Sunrise Boulevard. And then to the south, we also looked at the properties south, including the Marriott Harbor Beach Resort, Lago Mar, and sorry, I'm blocking on the name of the property that's under redevelopment. Pier 66. The three key properties that will have the greatest impact if you expand the bid would be those three hotels. Well, in our discussions with them and the feedback we received from their representatives and general managers is they don't see a benefit from the bid in terms of the bid activities. So the vast majority of the bid budget right now funds events. And these properties do not feel that the market that this is their market, and they will receive virtually no benefit from the events that are held currently and those projected into the future. They feel demand generated by bid events and improvements are independent of their market, and they believe their physical isolation, particularly the Harbor Beach Resort and Lago Mar, it renders them ill-positioned to reap any bid benefits. For instance, the Air and Sea Show, those properties feel that that's not something that benefits them. Their guests are not arriving to see the Air and Sea Show. And Tortuga, it was another one that was mentioned as well, that these properties don't feel that this is their market. On the west side and the north side, we reached out to the principal owner of properties in North Beach Village on several occasions, and unfortunately we did not receive a response, so we did not receive any feedback from that principal owner of many of the small boutique hotels that are there. So from a financial point, and I'll be wrapping up, the current bid revenues are $1,076,000, and the estimated expansion revenues are close to $600,000. And the estimated integrated bid revenues, if in fact all of those properties to the west and to the south were added, there would be a increase of funding increase of 55%, which would be used to address some of the priorities that were mentioned earlier, and for a total of $1,670,000. When we look at the western expansion versus the southern expansion, the total western expansion would be approximately $195,000. The southern expansion, the three hotels that I mentioned, would be $316,600. So we kept them separate to be able to compare, but both of them together would add over $500,000 to the current beach bid budget. Currently, these are the top 10 contributors. The Western W,
Excuse me, you keep saying western expansion. I know southern.
It's to the west of the barrier island, west of the hotels that are currently in the beach improvement district. So like go take Breakers area and all the way to the Intercoastal.
Okay, but not
To the
crossing
intercoastal, they're not included in
Right,
the
well,
current
no,
bid.
he's asking where that is.
Where the western,
I-
okay.
I'm explaining where that is.
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
These are the current top 10 contributors, and you can see the Weston is the assessment annually is currently is 120,000, and W 110,000, and you can go down the list down to the Marriott Beach Place Towers, which has an assessment of $32,000, almost $500. So these are the major contributors. When we look at expansion, including the west and the south, the Marriott Harbor Beach Resort would be the now top contributor based on the current rate of 85 cents per thousand assessed value. The Marriott Harbor Beach would be paying $232,000 as their assessment. The Pier 66 would be paying $82,000, and Lago Mar would be paying $61,000. But the three of them would now be in the top 10 of the contributors to the bid. So the bottom line in terms of the recommendations that I have, one is this whole issue of the study was looking at boundaries, legal boundaries of a business improvement district. The market, in terms of those that visit the beach, whether they're daily visitors or people from other areas that come to the hotels, they don't identify the beach with legal boundaries. They identify, it's not identified by legal boundaries. Fort Lauderdale Beach is not something that they look at from a district perception. So the perception of Fort Lauderdale Beach for the public is different clearly than any legal boundaries. So beach and aesthetics and image attracts visitors. What I'm pointing to is if the Fort Lauderdale Beach aesthetics and the events that are taking place no longer are there or are not supported, that hurts the image overall of Fort Lauderdale Beach, which all of the current and also proposed expanded properties would not benefit from. The perception and reality that Fort Lauderdale Beach is a safe place is paramount. And when we've had issues with activity, criminal activity or gang activity that hits the press, that certainly does a damage to the reputation of Fort Lauderdale Beach. And this is a critical issue that both the city and the beach bid need to work together in terms of addressing. And strong branding relationships with promoters and partners help maintain demand. And future contributions hold valuable, future contributors hold valuable insights and expertise. So the recommendation I have is that the bid should be expanded to the North Beach area, the western area of the current bid at full assessment. They clearly have, they're right adjacent to the properties on A1A. They are certainly part of Fort Lauderdale Beach. I would recommend that they become members of the bid at full assessment. Sorry. And the properties to the south should be included, including the three largest hotels. However, I'm recommending that it be done in a tiered assessment. Is that their feelings of their benefits certainly, when you look at the Marriott Harbor Beach Resort having to pay over double the current top contributor, it probably is a big ask. So here's the financial analysis, if you will. If you look at the Marriott Harbor Beach Resort, the assessment would be $230,000 at 100%. But if you did an assessment for them at 50%, it would be a more reasonable, quote unquote, $116,000, or a 25% at $58,000. Same thing with Lago Mar. It would reduce 50%, would bring them down to $30,000. And in the Pier 66 would bring them down at 50%. down to 41,000. So my understanding is that you would have to approve an ordinance that would create a tiered system if in fact you follow this recommendation. But I do believe, bottom line, is that the western properties should be part of the bid at full assessment, and the southern properties at a tiered assessment for you to determine at what amount.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jim. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Mayor.
that. Don't go away. I'm sure there'll be questions.
I'll hang in here.
First of all, does anyone have any questions of our speaker? I'll start with Commissioner Herbst.
Thank you. So I remember when we did this back in 2006. I remember sitting through that. Wondering if you can refresh my memory as to the process by which we did this and how many of the property owners were required to participate in order to get the bid approved.
So I'm going to rely on memory as well, Commissioner. In getting this approved, I remember working with the city manager at the time, and it was he was following the expression of the commission that he wanted the majority of the major commercial properties to approve the bid or voluntarily approve the bid, so to speak. So there was no formal. We, as the consultant, did not gauge that support. It was the city manager's assessment that he reported to the commission that and there was no testimony against it, that the majority of the property owners agreed to create the bid. So it was the understanding that they needed to get the majority of the property owners to agree to do it. And if they didn't get it, they wouldn't do it.
So it was a voluntary process.
It was a voluntary process, but ultimately you have the right to create one either way, whether they support or not.
But at the beginning, it was a voluntary process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
For some reason, the number 70% sticks in my mind. But
So the ordinance actually says, the ordinance suggests that there was a petition from the property owners and that it was 67% of the property owners petitioned for this process.
Right. And some of these hotels weren't even built in 2006. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not even sure if the W was built back then. Ritz-Carlton wasn't finished because I remember going to the ribbon cutting of the St. Regis after I completed my term. So there must have just been a handful that's on this current list that were part of the original list. But again, it was a voluntary thing.
Right.
So.
Well, and one of the things, and that's a good point, Mayor, I think it's a little bit different, too, if you have somebody that understands the district that they're moving into and chooses to do that. So that would apply to a historic district. Somebody moves into a historic district and they know that they're subject to the rules of the historic district. They move into the entertainment district. They know there's going to be noise issues in the entertainment district. My concern with this is I just want to make sure that as we consider expanding these boundaries, that we've got something similar. I think the standard that we set of 2/3 of the impacted property owners wanting this, I think, is a threshold that we should respect going forward. I always struggle when we impose something on folks that they haven't asked for. I'm a big believer in property rights, and I because it's not voluntary the second time around. If we put this in place, everybody is subject to it. Everybody in the newly expanded boundaries will be required to pay this without regard to whether they want to or not. So I just want to make sure that this is actually supported by all those commercial property owners that are going to be stuck paying into this in perpetuity, particularly when it's only a handful of them that actually get to sit on the board and decide how that money is spent.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yes, my question is similar to, statement is similar to Commissioner Herbst. The expansion I see here for the South includes, it says 3 largest hotels. Are there any other hotels that will be subject to this volunteering, or at this point it'll be requirement, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe there are any other certainly there aren't any other large hotels. There may be some small, very small boutique hotels, and the assessment would be nominal. But we just measured the 3 largest hotels.
Okay. So my question is, you said there may be some boutique-type hotels. They would be subject to this association as well?
I think that more characterizes the western expansion area. That's, in fact, there aren't, all of them would be smaller boutique hotels, but there is one significant owner of a number of those hotels, which we were not able to reach to get his reaction.
Okay. Again, trying to get clarity, requirement or volunteer for this expansion? Would they be required?
It's what we want. It's what we decide. I mean, the proposal is to expand the boundaries. We can decide whether it's going to be a voluntary thing or a mandatory thing. So Jim is just making the proposal, showing what the options are, and when we listen to the speakers and we take back the matter to the dais, we can decide what we want to do going forward.
Okay, because I believe that we should allow the business owners to make that decision.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Jim, as always, thank you for your work. I always look forward to reading whatever you prepare for us on whatever topic it is, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's always very thorough.
Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mayor, I have had a lot of conversations about this item. Most of I would guess the entire bid falls within District 2, and although it is an amazing economic engine for District 2, it is really also an economic engine for the entire city. And I want to thank the bid because I think since 2006, the impact has been incredible. What has been accomplished on so many different levels has been just phenomenal. So it really has been an amazing boom to the beach. It has really turned the beach around. It has basically turned our destination around, and for that I am very grateful, as I'm sure all of us are. This is an interesting proposal because, as we just heard, when the bid was created, it really was pretty much a voluntary situation because people are going to have to pay. They're going to have to tax themselves. But that's not what we see in front of us. So I did reach out. I've spoken with the properties to the south, and I've also reached out to the properties to the west on that part of the Barrier Island, because I was concerned when I saw that Jim was unable to have conversations with those smaller mom-and-pop motels, and I wanted to get a feeling of what they felt there. So I'm basically hearing from everyone that as of this moment, there really is no interest for them to participate. And I also, like my colleagues just expressed, I'm reluctant to force this on anyone if they don't see the benefit. So maybe our task going forward is to convince folks of the benefit, or maybe make it so that we see the benefit or that they see the benefit, because right now it's not something that is seen by the people that we're asking to expand to. Definitely with regards to the properties on the western part of the Barrier Island, I really think that all of those properties, we don't even have any information, so I don't know what those assessments would be for all of those properties. I don't know how many would be included. But that's a conversation I think we might have going into the future. Maybe we do set up that kind of meeting, see how they feel they benefit from something like this, or maybe if it's something that's palpable in terms of an assessment, and we are able to convince them that, hey, unlike the Marriott and Pier 66, and also, what was the third one again? I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Lago Mar. Unlike those, the properties to the west on the Barrier Island are a little bit more within, or at least benefiting from some of the events, et cetera, that we see that the current bid does support. But again, that's a conversation that we would have to have with them, and we would have to make sure that they have a buy-in to that and they understand the ramifications going forward. I know that some of them now have also been inquiring about our new program with regards to the sale of food and drink on the beach. So, but again, I'm not comfortable moving forward with this expansion until we see buy-in and until we see agreement among those that we're asking to expand to. So that's basically what I've been able to ascertain in my conversations with all of these properties.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Sturman.
First of all, Jim, thank you so much. The transformation since 2006 has been incredible. I've been here since 1967, and I could say, I guess the best thing I could say about the beach is it's where the boys are no more. Going back to spring break and all that.
I don't know if I would agree with you on that, Commissioner.
Well, no.
I'm
You
not,
know, I'm talking about spring break. Not boys and girls are no more. I'm talking about spring break.
Well, we'll
and all
have that discussion offline. No problem.
No, you remember the spring break type of a deal. So it's family-friendly business, upscale aesthetics. I mean, on and on and on. It's phenomenal.
Well, they're not staying in hotels for $200 a week. I know that.
No, the Airbnbs. That's another story. We'll talk about that. The vacation rentals. The three properties to the south are all in my district. Could you hear me now? Okay. Three properties to the south are in my district, and I've had a chance to speak to them as well as a representative from them, and Harbor Beach, the Marriott, the Largo Mar, as well as the Pier 66. And they've expressed to me concerns about joining. As you mentioned, the bid has unique, common interests, certain of the things that they push, some of the events, the Air and Sea Show. Their clientele is different. They cater to somewhat of a different demographics and seasonality. They do not want to join all three of them, and I agree with my colleagues. I strongly think that this is something that should be voluntary. I do not think we should force it upon the ones in the south. Going north and west, I'll defer that to District 2 Commissioner Steve, but for the three in the south, I clearly do not think that we should make it mandatory. If they want to join, fine, but if they don't, I do not want to force it upon them. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to reserve my comments until after the public has spoken. So we have a few people who've signed up to speak. We have Michael Fleming, followed by Courtney Crush, followed by Stephanie Toothaker. So if you could please come up to the podium in that order. Michael, how are you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Mike Fleming. I'm the general manager of the Courtyard, Fort Lauderdale Beach, and I'm on the bid board. And one of the reasons why we suggested the expansion was because we feel that we could do more benefits for the beach with more funds, because we typically cannot do everything we want to do because we run out of funds. And as far as the events that, do or do not provide business for everybody, the events that we decide to fund provide national media advertising that gets the Fort Lauderdale Beach name out there with pictures and graphics. And so anybody that capitalizes on Fort Lauderdale Beach in their advertising to try to bring business in does benefit by people knowing what Fort Lauderdale Beach is. And also, a lot of the groups that submit RFPs to get business for the beach will submit to Pier 66, Harbor Beach, the West End, the W, the Ritz. So they all do compete for the same business more than my hotel, because I don't have a lot of meeting space. So I think that the benefits do benefit. I think it does benefit everybody that does business on the beach by enhancing the activation of the parks, which we're critical in, and trying to address the issue that we have with homeless currently.
Okay, thank you. Courtney Crush, followed by Stephanie Toothaker.
Good afternoon.
Lady in pink today.
All in. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I represent Parasanda, who's the principal of the properties within the North Beach Village area. Appreciate the commissioners and our district commissioners' comments about having a sit-down and discussion. Mr. Sanda, at this point, does not see a benefit as written. He had, as I think I shared, reached back out to the consultant, and we would look forward to having a conversation, because the investment of the North Beach North Beach Village hotels and boutique hotels has really been in creating a brand. So while Fort Lauderdale Beach benefits everybody in our city, creating a niche neighborhood is something that those businesses spend their financial resources on, whether it's landscaping, pop-up events, marketing and branding, their own website. I think that probably should be recognized and included as part of the conversation. 2006, as Mr. Karras indicated, there were different priorities. There were different needs. The city, however, has spent an enormous amount of time and energy creating great public spaces, making it safe. So if there are, for the beach business owners, if there's a good time to look at the collective current day needs and future wants for the entire neighborhood, I think that would be something that it would be a productive conversation. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And Stephanie Toothaker.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Pier 66, Lago Mar, and Marriott Harbor Beach. I want to thank you for the discussion so far. We respect the bid. On behalf of these properties, we respect the bid and the work that they've done. I think these properties, all three of them, are very unique and different than what you see in the rest of the beach. For instance, Marriott Harbor Beach is a self-contained convention center hotel. They work very hard at keeping the people that come to Marriott Harbor Beach to stay at Marriott Harbor Beach and not move off the property. They entertain a large number of restaurants. They've got their own pool. It's also private beach with a private club. Lago Mar, very similar, private beach with a private club. They pay for their own security. They pay for their own beach chairs. They're not part of the overall concession that happens on the public beach. These are private beaches. They pay for the cleaning, the security, very heavily protected properties. And Pier 66 also is when it's done, will be a very self-contained resort that actually doesn't have any beachfront property at all. We appreciate the fact that the discussion is that, this should be a voluntary thing. I think on behalf of these three property owners, they're not interested in being a part of the expansion of the bid. They're supportive of the bid and what the bid does, and thank them for the work, but see themselves in a very different category of people that come and stay at their properties. So we would ask that you make this voluntary, and at this time they're not interested in being a part of the expansion of the bid.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else from the public wish to speak on this matter? Okay. So, I'm hearing everybody in terms of everyone having different priorities and everyone suggesting next steps that are in best interest of the community. Jim, let me just again also thank you for the work you did. Very comprehensive study and very comprehensive appreciation of the kinds of things that we're trying to achieve on the beach. And to that extent, I'm looking on your page 11, and your page 11 talks about burgeoning and reemerging issues. And some of the things that you feel that the bid can participate in helping to reduce homelessness, helping to improve perceived safety and security for visitors, also participating in the scheduling of events and trying to mitigate the impact of some of these events, the managing of the flow of tourists and residents to overall traffic congestion, including parking and transportation options, coastal conservation. I just happen to think that every business that operates on the beach benefits from any effort that can be made to try to improve in each of those areas that you've identified. Even though a property such as Marriott Harbor Beach, may say, well, we're isolated and we don't really feel the impact of any of these. Well, they do. They, as far as I'm concerned, homelessness, traffic, scheduling of events on the beach, all the properties, big or small, are impacted by this. I know that, for example, the bid contributes towards the Air and Sea Show. So should we tell the planes not to fly over the Harbor Beach area or over Pier 66? So because they don't contribute, they shouldn't benefit from the show? I mean, those things are a little impossible. But at the same time, the western properties, which are smack in the middle of the beach, all benefit from it, but they don't pay for it. So, it's not a bad deal. So I do take exception, Courtney, that the smaller properties don't truly benefit from the operations of the bid because, all properties on the beach benefit. And so let us continue to have a conversation in which we can look to see how can we all work to benefit for the whole community and not just for our own self-interest. I just think that these issues are important to us. Once there's an incident on the beach, it stains the reputation of the city and the beach for months and sometimes years. And the last thing we want to do is to have any kind of incident happen on the beach that could have been prevented. Now, I'm not saying the bid is the be-all, end-all of trying to maintain the safety and the security of the beach, but it certainly is an important component where the city cannot always be there. The bid has really done a great job. At the same time, we have that competing issue of imposing a tax on people, and so I have a problem doing that. And so, at the end of my comments, I'm just going to say, I'm looking to each of these properties, each of these organizations, and they're super wealthy organizations. It's not like we're asking them to take food out of the mouths of their children. These organizations make millions and millions of dollars every year, and that they should want to participate in this bid. I would agree that we should expand the boundaries, but make it a voluntary process going forward, and to encourage these properties to want to participate on the ongoing efforts that we're trying to create on our beach to make it the best beach in the whole country. And we're very much on track to doing that. People who come to our community cannot believe how beautiful a beach we have. Let's keep it that way. Keep it clean. Keep it safe. And make sure people don't find themselves threatened by situations that they may confront on the beach. And I think that the bid has been a tremendous partner in making that happen. And my hat goes off to you folks for really stepping up to the plate, because it's certainly well beyond just being a manager of a hotel. It goes well beyond that. I understand that. So my opinion is that we should probably increase the boundaries, but also increase the conversations that we need to have, especially Commissioner Glassman. We're really going to depend on you, as well as Commissioner Sturman, since these properties are in your district, to try to energize these property owners to see if they can be more willing to participate in the efforts that the bid is now involved with.
In expanding, but making those two areas voluntary.
Well, anything in the future be voluntary, correct? West, north, south, whatever.
Yeah. And I'm going to be happy to show Commissioner Sturman where the boys are.
Yeah, okay.
No problem.
So Mayor,
so going forward,
but a matter of clarifying. Legally, it's an assessment district, so that the cost to the benefiting properties has to be fairly apportioned, which means that once you expand the boundaries, whichever business is determined, and under the methodology that we currently have, it's any business property, they would have to be assessed. So the voluntary process would have to be front-ended, which means when you're redefining the boundaries, the voluntary aspect would be determining whether or not to be included in the boundaries of the bid.
So you're saying that if we expand the boundaries, it necessarily requires them to participate? We can't expand it without mandatory participation?
That's correct, based on the current assessment methodology.
Right, but we're the ones who made the ordinance, so we can modify that.
That is correct.
Okay, so my recommendation is that we do modify it, and that any future expansion be voluntary. In fact, really the whole thing should be voluntary, right? It has been voluntary from day one. All the properties that started this whole bid were all voluntary to begin with. They volunteered to have themselves taxed.
I mean, all I know is 67% petitioned to have this implemented, so I don't know.
Right,
I can't speak
the
for
other
the
one-third had it imposed on them.
Right, I can't speak to whether or not.
I question your definition of voluntary, Mayor, and no disrespect, but
well, it's very loose.
When somebody reaches into my pocket and takes money out of it, I hardly consider that voluntary.
Well, we know you wanted to do it, so
don't worry. We're from the government. We're here to help take your money.
Yes, exactly. So, Mr. Spence, we're going to rely on you to come up with that definition. But I do think that I think we need to expand the boundaries, but I think that's the first step in getting people to feel included in a process that we're trying to work communally to create a better Fort Lauderdale Beach. And there's no doubt in my mind that Pier 66, Marriott Harbor Beach, Lago Mar, and any of the smaller hotels in the mid beach, they all benefit from what we've been doing, and all these future efforts that we're going to make in terms of improving our homeless situation there, in terms of trying to coordinate events on the beach. Everyone benefits from that. There's no one can step away and say, oh well, I have my own property and I don't really have any involvement. But I do have a problem in imposing this tax, and so I think we need to rethink perhaps the definition of the bid and come back to us with something that would allow us to expand it, but at the same time, make it more voluntary or maybe a step. I mean, what do you folks think about a stepped up approach to this? Because Mr. Karras said that we could, 100% contribution might be a huge imposition, especially for the Marriott Harbor Beach.
Well, I had spoken about that too, and well, I could revisit that if you want, but for the moment, they were not amenable to that. But
you want to go back? Why don't we table this for now? Why don't you folks go back to your constituents and see what perhaps they might be willing to compromise on before we go forward? Does that make sense to you?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Why don't we do that, and then we'll be able. It's hard to. I think the conversation is just beginning, so let us continue that conversation. But I'd like to think that. I know many of these folks that are involved with these properties, and they're all good people. And I think that maybe they'd be willing to at least tiptoe into this process. Maybe not at 100%, but maybe like 25% or 50%. And let's see where that might go. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but Mayor, also just wanted to point out that this was really just scheduled as a presentation. It's not really asking us for any kind of consensus or action, so the conversation needs to continue, but it's not like this agenda item is requesting any action.
Right, but I think they were looking for direction. So, but I think right now let's just table it to allow you and Commissioner Sturman to go back to your constituents and see what the temperature is for moving forward on this. All right, very good. Thank you, folks. Did you want to say anything? You didn't sign up to speak. Are you good? Okay. All right. Moving on to business 2, AECOM presentation on the development of Lockhart Park. Thank you, Jim. Hello.
Hi there. Glad to be back.
So, what do you have for us today?
If I may, Mayor, as you all requested for us to proceed with the 30% design, right now what you will see is a 30% design of the park, and right now we'd like to get your feedback on anything that you wish right now to speak on. As we proceed, it will firm up the plan and firm up the construction elements as well.
Okay. By the way, has Inter Miami seen these plans yet?
We have not presented them to you first.
Yeah. Because isn't that part of our agreement? They have to.
I'm going to ask Mr. Spence.
What is our agreement with them as far as the design and so forth? We have to get their approval? What was the conversation?
There's mutual approval under the comprehensive agreement for the community site improvement, and they, in accordance with the comprehensive agreement, are responsible for paying the cost of that. I think during the initial discussions with regards to the mediation, there were conversations with regards to what community site improvements are, and so we've so far been looking at the language that's in the comprehensive agreement and the items that have been identified within the agreement as far as the description. But yes, there needs to be an approval of the community site improvement by both the City Commission and Miami Beckham. During our settlement discussions for the permitting, Mr. Alvarez had stated one of the statements that were made was with regards to what was considered as a default for not completing the community site improvements, and he had indicated that he needs the city to first submit the design in order to move forward. So they consider this as a condition precedent to moving forward.
All right, so we're just here to see the initial concept, right? That's what you're presenting to us today, right?
Well, yes. Well, actually, if you recall...
Before we get into that, I'd like to clarify that, okay, because that's not my understanding, Dwayne. So we had a completion deadline in the agreement of, I believe it was July 31st, at which point we went into default. So it's my understanding that now that we are in default under their obligation to construct the park, irrespective of why they're in default, that we no longer need their approval of the site plan to move forward because they are in default. They could argue about why they're in default. That's a separate issue, but leaving that aside, the argument as opposed to the condition is we are now in default.
In their proffer, in order to resolve the building fee issue, this is an issue that they raised that they did not consider themselves to be in default. We did not agree with them on that point,
right,
but agreed to discuss that during the mediation sessions. So it remains an outstanding item.
It remains an outstanding item that we can discuss during mediation, but we have not conceded that point.
We have not conceded that point, nor have they.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, I want to just ask about that, what I've just heard also.
Okay.
So here's my understanding. First of all, it's been months since mediation. What's up with mediation? Why have so many months passed and we've seen no progress?
Actually, I can address that. So I had a conversation with Jack Seiler, and it was felt that since we had come to terms on the parking issue, which was the primary concern at that point in time, that the urgency to move forward with the mediation was removed since they'd be allowed to finish playing out the balance of their season. That was the primary concern at the time. We'd resolved that issue through our settlement, and we agreed to move forward at a later point in time, and he and I are already in discussions about setting those dates.
Okay, thank you for that. With regards to what we're seeing today and what you asked of Mr. Spence, Mayor, here's my concern. So we have a 30% design in front of us now. I just feel it's imperative that as our partner on this project, Inter Miami Beckham, is apprised of the situation. I think that they should have been part of the Parks and Recreation Beaches Advisory Board meeting. I read the minutes in the backup. I see no conversation. I see no attendance from them. I don't want to get to the point where we get to 100% design completion and no input at all from our partner on the project. Then anything can happen. It makes so much more sense to me that every step of the way, whether it's 30%, 60%, 90%, that we are in constant communication with them so that this doesn't explode at the end and all of a sudden we hear from Inter Miami, what's up with this design? We absolutely do not accept it, and we have to accept it according to the comprehensive agreement. So I don't want to get down the whole road of 100% design without any communication, and we're at 30% now. I think it's imperative that we work in conjunction with each other and make sure that every step of the way, every percentage of design that's presented to us, everybody is walking down that path together to avoid any pitfalls at the end. Thank you.
Well, I would add that Miami Beckham has seen these plans. This is what was presented in the conceptual concept that this commission adopted previously. So this is the same set of plans that we have had in circulation since June of 2021. The only difference is, as I have explained on multiple occasions, was the incorporation of pickleball courts as a result of our various discussions about how popular pickleball is. And so this park has not changed since this conceptual plan was presented in June of 2021, which was an outgrowth of former Commissioner Moraitis's workshops with the community. It took into account all of the items that are in the comprehensive agreement. Those are certain enumerated items. They are in there. The additions included the community center and one or two other features. So those were added based on her
And those are
conversations.
on those are on our side of the column anyway.
Those are on our side of the column. That's correct, Mayor.
Right.
Thank you. So,
Yeah.
but those were additions to the park that were to be bundled into the entire project. There will be an apportionment of the costs consistent with what's in the comprehensive agreement. And again, the only change that I've made to the June 2021 presentation was the incorporation of the pickleball courts, and that was what was brought back before this commission. So you've seen it, I think, twice already since that time. So and so has Inter Miami. So they've seen this concept. We saw it when we presented it to the commission, and so what we're doing now at the 30% design stage is it's a refinement of the conditions in the field that AECOM is doing when they're doing their soil testings. They're looking at environmentals. They're having an opportunity to firm up some of the costs. And as we continue to move through this process, as we get to 60, 90, and then 100% design, I think all we're going to be doing at that point is, again, not changing anything substantive in the design itself, but merely firming up those numbers and those estimates of timelines and things that may then not be feasible if they find something in the site that would preclude us moving forward with certain aspects of the project. But other than that, this project has not changed from what you've already seen in terms of its design.
Mayor, I would say that the addition of the 16 pickleball courts at approximately $4 million is a significant change to the design. So I don't see how you could say it's the same design except for that. Well, that except for that is quite significant. And now that it's on our side of the ledger, I did my math, and if I take $4 million roughly divided by 16 pickleball courts, I come to $239,825 per court. That is a very high number for a pickleball court. So we can have that discussion a little bit later, too, but I want to get into those details. You know, I see that we do have representatives tonight from Inter Miami, Miami Beckham. I also need to hear from them because I want to know if they have, if they like this, their portion of the ledger for the a little bit under $20 million for the community center. Again, I just don't want to get to the point where we're at the end of the road and it's too contentious. It's too controversial. I want us to be walking down this road together because up to this point it has been contentious and it has been controversial, and I don't understand exactly why, but I just want to make sure that we're working together and not against each other, and that to me is the most important thing at this point.
Well, Commissioner, the pickleball courts have not come since the last time you saw it. The pickleball courts were in the plan that was brought to the commission months ago. So it's not a new addition. It's already in there. It has already been presented. You've already looked at it. We've already had discussions about it. So that's nothing new.
I don't think the addition of the pickleball courts is at issue. I just think
he brought it up, so I was addressing it.
He's just saying that it's the cost. Some of these costs have to be examined. That's all.
Absolutely. And again, pickleball courts, as you point out, Mayor, are on our side of the ledger. That will be coming out of the Parks Bond money that we've designated for Lockhart Park.
Right.
And then that was always the intent. We knew that we were going to have additional features and amenities that the neighborhood was going to request, and we always knew and understood that that was going to be our responsibility to pay for it. That's what that Parks Bond money is there for. That's what it's targeted for, and that's how we'll be paying for those improvements that the neighborhood has requested.
Okay.
And Mayor, it's not just as simple as building these 16 courts. I mean, remember, the city has entered into an agreement to build 40 courts plus 4 paddle courts over in Snyder Park. But that's going to be professionally managed and operated. Now, if we're going to be building 16 courts over here, now is that a problem for the 40 courts we're already building and letting be operated and maintained? But when I read the detail here, they're going to be shaded and they're going to be lighted. So, you know, there's a lot of issues. You all of a sudden put 16 courts somewhere in a park that the city's going to operate, and you're going to light them and you're going to shade them. Guess what? You better have the staff, and you better be ready to spend the money to staff that site, because this is not just going to be a matter of people coming, because it's not going to be Fort Lauderdale. This park that we're going to build First of all, it's in an industrial area. There's no neighborhood right around it. It's an industrial area, and actually I would say that probably Tamarack is going to love this park more than the city of Fort Lauderdale is going to love this park. So we better make sure that we're doing a really good job maintaining it and operating it, because this is not as simple as just putting 16 pickleball courts somewhere. You're going to have to run this, or else you're going to have chaos. That's all.
I invite you to come up to my district and go visit the neighborhoods of Twin Lakes, Lofts of Palmer Village. They would take exception to your idea that there are no neighborhoods up there. I have a substantial number of residents in this area.
All right, so
I'm not saying they're not up there, but they're not walking to this park like many of our parks
it's
are
a
surrounded.
destination. It's a destination.
It's a destination. People are going to be, in fact, the Parks, Recreation, Beaches Advisory Board, that the minutes are in our backup, it actually says, and it might have been ACOM that said it in the minutes, this is a destination where people are going to be driving to go to these amenities. This is not like Holiday Park, where Flagler Village residents cross Federal Highway and go to the park, or Victoria Park, people just walk a couple of feet and they're in the park.
Well, but the pickleball courts at Snyder Park, you're going to have to drive to as well. So
exactly.
I mean, we all understand that's a destination, but your point though is well taken, and we'll need to get feedback from Phil Thornburg regarding the costs that are going to be involved. You know, we're spending $12.6 million building this, but now the question is, do we have sufficient funds in our regular budget to be able to maintain these courts? I think that's one of the reasons why we're even talking about engaging a management company at Holiday Park, because do we have the facility to be able to maintain these operations? So that's a separate conversation.
Right.
Your point is very well taken, but I think today we just need to hear from the representatives from AECOM, who are going to formally present these 30% design, and then we can open it up to the public for comment, and then we can have our conversation after that.
And I do want to hear if Inter Miami is agreeable to the $20 million on their side of the ledger as well.
And we'll be able to hear from them.
Thank you.
So does that mean we're going to see the presentation now?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're so impatient.
Well, it is in the backup. We have had a chance to look at it.
Okay. Enough.
Okay, my name is
It's
Joe
your
Webb.
turn now. Okay. Please introduce yourself. What are you here for?
My name is Joe Webb, and on behalf of AECOM and all of our partners on this project, we thank you for your time this afternoon. Very interesting. We certainly are, enthusiastic about these plans. This is, if you recall, we had presented a conceptual plan back in May. This is a refinement. Certainly we had done much of our work prior to that at a very conceptual level, where we made some generalizations. We have since then been feverishly doing our due diligence, and I'll try and walk through kind of the refinement of this plan. Agenda, very simple, just discuss briefly our site research and the conceptual site plan and recreational facilities that we're proposing, preliminary cost estimates and development schedule, and then our next steps. Our site research, if you can see the picture on the right, is one of our neighbors. There are burrowing owls on the site. Very cute, very nice. We will incorporate them into the plan. We did a whole variety of other assessments on the site, from environmental assessment, traffic evaluation, utility grading and drainage. We certainly have a much better perspective on the site. We certainly know some of the challenges, soil conditions. We also have been alleviated of some of the concerns that we had previously been concerned about. So our site research has led credibility more to a more refined cost estimate. One of the big ones, we do understand we're at the end of a runway. We've spent a great deal of time working on what that means to the design and what our ceiling is and how it relates to the site. So our site plan, not just from the initial building and some of the built facilities, but everything from trees to placement of playgrounds and everything now is in accordance with those regulations. They're actually not that stringent, but very important to be aware of. Site features, if you can see the plan, it's not that truly from a design standpoint. Most of the features have stayed, still consistent with the original plan, with the exception, and still in the conceptual plan from the beginning of May. The pickleball courts, we see it as well, just a real interest of pickleball across Florida, across the country. So we think it's a good addition. Many of these things are just really refinements. You know, a community center, dog park, multi-purpose, open fields, all things that we think will be benefit to those that come from near and far. We've had a chance to refine the community center somewhat. I mean, just not to get into this too far in, but our principles of it is really to be flexible, 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 you know, flexible across the day for different uses, evening use, weekend use. So the design is really predicated on kind of a multi-purpose room that serves, you know, everything from meetings to gatherings of people to birthday parties. Also a workout area and a kids play area that may be adaptable with soft play features and other things. So it's really a community and family kind of gathering place that people can use the park and use the community center. When we look at community centers, we also like to think of them as not just the building, but really the building and its surroundings and how it integrates with the landscape around it to form a center of community or a community center. So this building was really designed with that in mind. We have two other buildings, a restroom and a maintenance building that were needed on the site. But the design's still similar. We thematically tried to play off of the kind of monolithic look of the stadium building. Really simple construction, but still bold, still a statement on the site. Again, large overhangs to create shade on the north side of the building, trying to integrate with both the playground, the splash pad, and the features all around it so that the building flows into the surrounding landscape to really make a place.
Well, there is no surrounding landscape.
Not now, and that's part of the challenge. We're putting it back in, but
Okay.
As you can see, the overhang and the look from the site, you know, we think it's a nice statement, but yet simple and practical, very functional. And give credit to one of our partners here, very creative people at Curtis and Rogers with our landscape architects and the creation of kind of a thematic splash play area that includes all of the sports, not just soccer today, but the legacy on this site of sports and play and activities. So really playing off of that theme and creating this beautiful kind of area that is adjacent to the building, restrooms in the building, accessible from it, to create a kind of great place for kids to play and get cooled off. Also a playground and thematically kind of working off of the airport theme, but adding in some of these features that are all aeronautical and kind of lending to the adjacency to the airport. Again, our friends at Curtis and Rogers really came up with some creative ideas and ways in which to kind of play off of that and make it, you know, contextually interesting to the surrounding and to our adjacent properties. A dog park, some of our best friends here, you know, that would be incorporated into the site. We look at all kinds of things from the surfacing to play features to wash stations to drinking fountains, and also separating large and small dogs. And then a fitness area that would work in conjunction with a perimeter walkway and with the interior workout room, so that really promoting health and wellness on the site and encouraging people to not just come to the park, but also to enjoy and work out and get exercise and be in the surroundings. And then the pickleball, as we discussed, you know, the idea that it would be preferable to be shaded and lit. That does contribute somewhat to the cost, but that does make it really attractive. We hear a lot from people as we look at pickleball courts of the heat and the intensity of the sun when playing. So that was an addition.
Is this like a canvas awning? What is that?
Yeah, it's like canvas.
Retractable? Is it a retractable kind of canvas?
They can be replaceable. They're usually a synthetic material. We try to make them, and we've experimented with different types and different fabrics, but it's something you wouldn't be retracting it all the time, but you could take it down, you could replace it, you could take it down and hurricane weather. But we try, and I'll tell you, one of the things of our experience is that making them too seamless actually makes it too hot. So we try and create some ventilation, but still provide the shade that people need for, not getting overheated out on the court.
Where would the lighting go with that?
In the framework of the shade structure.
Like the spokes in the spokes area of I'm looking at the construction here. So it would go like in the spokes of the awning?
Yeah, and it wouldn't be, this is one example, but when we looked at it and we worked with our partner Musco on it, and, being able to place those into the structure, the higher we can get, the sharper down we can get it, so we don't get as much light spill. So we may structurally make it a little bit higher just so that we can get the lighting distribution a little better.
Because those, just looking at this, the shadows are a problem for the players. That's difficult because of the different, a lot of the court is light, a lot of the court is shaded. That differential between that light and shade is very problematic for people playing pickleball.
Yep.
So I don't even see how this would work, just to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, and I will say that that's a very, very good point. You must play pickleball because that is a concern. And the ball, what we call max to min coming out of it, it'd probably have to be a little higher so that you got uniform coverage over it. And we are aware of the sun angle, so sometimes it doesn't sit exactly over the court. It sits where the sun, in between the sun and the court. So our people work on that. But the idea of it being shaded is something I'm being asked to come back to pickleball courts we built 5 years ago and install shade.
If you want really well-shaded courts, I would just suggest building some indoor courts here. Those are typically shaded, and you won't run into the problems that you're going to have with this unless you do something really expensive or something just very different from what we're looking at. But maybe that's even a consideration with the community center that we're building. Put a few indoor courts, just a thought.
I could say from a personal point of view, playing in the sun, one of my family members ended up having to go to the hospital. He got so dehydrated. So the question I have for you is something different. With the shade, would you be able to play in the rain with any of these? Is that the water or not?
Well, yeah, and a person at the Parks and Rec Advisory Board said, she assumes she's going to get wet. She's running around, but really it's the sun. So sometimes we don't want to get too occluding, so that it's like we're trying to keep the rain away, but really shading the sun. And if a little bit of dampness gets through, that's part of playing outside. So that was her perspective.
So the answer is you're going to get wet.
No, do pickleball players play in the rain? I'm not that.
No one plays in the rain.
No, that would be very dangerous. You would slip on the court and you would injure yourself.
So,
okay, keep going.
Yeah. And the always popular cost estimates, and these are estimates, and they do include really right now 30% contingency, which is a 15% at schematic level contingency, a 5% that we've been including for market conditions, and then a 10% that is what we recommend the city hold even beyond the bid time, so that if there are unforeseen changes needed during construction. So we do factor in, I know, looking at each individual item, we tried to refine them as much as we could. We have now literally linear feet of sewer line, X number of feet of, water, sewer, whether we need a well. All the site investigation that we've done out there tells us about the soil conditions, which, we recognize as an issue too. It's definitely a parking lot.
Do we have a cost for what the design was for this park?
We have, our initial 30%, I don't recall it off the top, but, we've been working at this in increments. We've only been, really contracted to take it to 30%. I can't tell you off the top of my head what we've spent so far, but our cap is at 6% of the total construction. That's for all finished drawings and everything that we do. We spent a lot of time, lots of iterations in concept, I think 22 of them. But really to get to this point, now we're in the true design, but our design is capped at that 6% of the total construction costs. So we've keep refining these numbers. We're all aware of the fluctuating market that's out there. That certainly doesn't benefit us. It makes me, nervous too. And we're looking at, we're seeing the bids that come in, not just here, everywhere. And, we have to monitor it all the time. It's based on materials, it's based on labor shortage, it's based on a whole variety of things. But, our people are working full-time. We have a full-time staff that does cost estimating, and we try to keep our finger on it as close as possible. It will depend, when this goes out to bid, it might be 6 months from now. I can't predict the world entirely like we could. We used to honestly be 1.5% to 2% on every cost estimate to bid price. Really, you almost have to check CNN before you make your calculation now because of supply chains and other things like that. So we do our best. We understand the volatility of the market, but we're seeing bids that come in even now on some of the smaller projects we're doing that, are higher. So I caution that we're hoping that this market settles down. We don't have the absolute divining rod to predict the future 6 months or a year from now. We're making every effort to make sure this is reasonable and not, there's no extravagance. There's just an honest attempt to make a really nice community park that's a benefit to everyone. So our schedule going forward, we did present to the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board. I think when we talked about the destination, one of the things I was talking about is, in that we're really encouraging people to arrive to the site by other means than a single occupant vehicle. Why we put the overhang on, why we will include bicycle parking. Many of the people that come to parks now, we're actually seeing a decline in those that drive an individual vehicle. They may arrive by Uber, they may arrive by joint vehicle or electric mountain bike, whole variety of different ways. So we try and encourage that as much as possible. So going forward, with your concurrence and certainly in cooperation with, we've been working hand in hand with the Commissioner's office through this process, very helpful in our, keeping this project moving forward. But, our next step would be to submit our formal 30% in cost estimates with your concurrence and then, agreement with our partner on the project. We would move into design development and ultimately bid documents and construction. So happy to try and answer anything else that I may have missed or that I can help to clarify.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Webb. There's just one other person who's asked to speak, and then we can ask the commission for their comments. Ellen, did you want to speak on this? Don't go away, Mr. Webb. You can have a seat right here.
Thank you, Mayor. Ellen Bogdanoff for MPI. We are your pickleball partners at Snyder Park. Just to kind of give a perspective, and I wanted to thank Commissioner Herbst for all the conversations that we've had. When we started this project a couple of years ago, the city had 6 courts. So my client stepped up, investing $22 million to build a facility for the community. Now we are at about 39 courts. So with our courts, you're probably looking at over 80 courts, 85 courts. Then there would be the 16. When we originally negotiated on the contract, what we had asked the city is, if you're going to build more than 6 courts, we'd like to have the conversation. We'd like to be a part of it. They were reluctant to put that in the agreement. We totally understand why. But we were assured that we would be a part of the pickleball conversation throughout the city, simply because we can lend our expertise. We can work with the city. We want to work with the city. And we want to make sure that what's ever done throughout the city complements the investment that not only is my client making, but this is the city's facility. Once it's complete, it's 100% owned by the facility, by the city. So what we're just simply asking at this point is that we be a part of these discussions, because we've kind of been... Why?
Why?
Seriously?
Well, I just asked the question. I want to know the answer. Why should you have anything to do with what we do as a city?
You're our partners in the city.
In that one particular project.
And we are investing $22 million, and we just want to make sure what the city is doing.
Are you afraid of the competition?
No, it's
or
not.
like there's an overabundance of supply?
Well, we wouldn't know that because we don't know what the plans are for the city. But if we're investing $22 million, we would hope that the city would see us as a true partner in this process and making sure that we're just a part of the conversation. I don't think it's a lot to ask.
Tell me what that conversation would be like. I'm just curious. I don't see how. I mean, we're very happy what your client is doing over in Snyder Park. We're not trying to do anything to interfere with that success. But to me, this is a completely different part of the city. It's going to service a completely different constituency, and even to Commissioner Glassman's point, it might even attract people from other cities. So. I mean, I'm not. What is it that you want to? What is it you want? How do you
be a part of the conversation? Simply
what does
because,
that mean? Part of the conversation.
Well, first of all, we can lend an expertise. Number one. Number two.
There's the gentleman right there. He'd be happy to hear the advice of your consultants.
Mayor, all I can do is that we were assured by the city. We were assured by the city.
But I want to know what the conversation is supposed to be about.
I have some.
Oh, yeah, I'm not finished. Just wait.
I don't know, but it's nice to have one. To simply say that we're looking at doing this, how does that complement us? You do want to make sure that you're not cannibalizing a facility. I mean, at the end of the day, you have to look at the fact that the city's going to have the number of courts, and you want to make sure that you could sustain all of the facilities. I mean, we've had situations. Well, that's
the issue, right?
Of course.
That's the issue.
Of course.
Okay.
But we don't know the answer to that question. We're not saying we have the answer. We're not saying that there's not necessarily the need. We just simply asking to be a part of the conversation. We were assured we would be when we entered into the comprehensive agreement, and that's all we're asking for. I don't know what the conversation's going to look like. It might be, hey, wow, that's great, go for it. But it would be nice to be part of the conversation.
Okay, Mr. Webb, would you please have a conversation with Ms. Bogdanoff?
No, Dean. We're
Yes. always
looking for public input, and even in the community and the business and our. I mean, having input is a good thing, Dean. Seriously.
But I think her point of view goes beyond that. I think it goes beyond just having a resident, which Ellen is of Fort Lauderdale. She's looking out for the best interests of her client to ensure that there is not going to be a siphoning off of demand from their pickleball courts onto the city's 16? 16. And to be honest with you, I don't see any problem whatsoever. Your facility is going to be a completely different type of facility. It's going to be a destination where I think it's going to be. You're creating a place that's more. It's more like a club. You're going to have a restaurant there. You're going to have a beach facility there. It's going to be a completely different experience than what you're going to see here at Lockhart.
And I don't disagree, and we're not arguing that point. But if we're a part of the conversation, then we know up front, and we can provide potentially input. As somebody who is part of the pickleball community, meaning if you had decided to do something different up there, I would hope that we would be consulted. Just simply, we're your partners. Anything that happens at that facility, you have a vested interest in it because you're making money off of that facility.
From your lips to God's ears, yes.
I think you will. I think the city will. We have a commitment of a minimum of $100,000 a year, plus one, or 1%, which is ever greater. So I'm just saying is that the city has a vested interest, we have a vested interest, and we would just like to work together. And I don't really think that's a lot to ask.
Mayor, this is why I think it cannot hurt to have a conversation and to hear that feedback, because as I said earlier, you can't just slap up 16 courts shaded and lit and just say to the public, go at it and have a good time. This has to be managed. It's going to have to be managed.
Well, that's a separate issue.
Right, but I'm just saying that's why we have to hear from Parks and Rec. Phil wants to opine
But
later.
she doesn't represent Parks and Rec.
No, I understand. May I just finish, please?
Yes, why don't you finish?
Thank you so much. It would be really nice. We don't interrupt you when you speak. Thank you.
Oh, really?
No, we don't. So here's the deal.
We keep it to a minimum.
Yes, it doesn't hurt to have this input from a professional organization that is going to be building us a facility that we will own, but that's their business. So it doesn't hurt to learn, and I do think that we need to really make sure that if we're building 16 courts at Lockhart, and they are going to be lit, and they are going to be shaded, that it needs to be operated and maintained in a professional fashion, and not just, build it and say, okay, build it and they will come, and everyone have a good time. Thanks.
I have one step further.
Yeah, Vice Mayor has a question.
I have a question.
Yes.
I heard a couple times about the pickleball courts needing to be manned, staffed, and I guess watched
Maintained,
over,
right.
maintained. What's the difference between our city parks that have tennis courts and no one mans them? They're there, and people have the opportunity to go and utilize those courts at will. I'm not familiar with pickleball, but I know in most of the communities I'm familiar with regarding tennis courts, they're available. There's no one manning them. People show up, they enjoy the court, and they leave. So how does that?
Well, we have the same issues of maintenance with tennis courts too.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that's one of the issues that's on the agenda this afternoon.
True.
Because tennis courts are very, very needy. They need to be constantly groomed and maintained. So I mean, to Commissioner Glassman's point, just building them is not enough. We have to make sure that in our budget we're going to have sufficient staffing and money for materials that are going to be needed on an ongoing basis to be able to maintain these extra courts. So I've seen in many cities where they build facilities, tennis courts, pickleball courts, basketball courts, where they just allow them to deteriorate, and we should not allow that to happen. I mean, Lockhart Stadium is a classic example of how the city completely neglected its own sports facilities to the point where they were shut down for years until Inter Miami came. Mm-hmm. Same thing with our aquatic center. We had condemned bleachers and we closed down the entire aquatic center because
War Memorial Auditorium.
War Memorial. We have a bad track record of maintaining our facilities. So yes, we have to be cautious when we talk about building things because we have to maintain them as well. So I appreciate Commissioner Glassman's point of view, but if Ellen, if your client has expertise that they could lend to helping us design and to create these additional pickleball courts, your opinion is definitely welcome.
So Mayor, if
Yes,
I
sir.
can kind of weigh in on this a little bit, because
Yeah.
there's a couple of competing conversations going on here with regards to this. So I'm happy to take input from Ellen's clients with respect to how they can suggest designing the pickleball courts.
Uh-huh.
I would push back, though, on the idea that I need to go to anybody as the city to get permission to build any amenities in any park or any facility that I have anywhere. So I'm not quite sure what your understanding was from when the comprehensive agreement was approved that you would be consulted. I don't recall that. So not to say that it didn't occur. I don't recall that. And again, if it was probably something, as you say, that was proposed to be in the agreement, and we rejected that. So again, I'm happy to have a conversation, but I don't want to leave anybody with the idea that any vendor ever gets to veto anything that we want to do as the city for our residents. So I just don't want anybody to walk away with that impression, because that's not how it works. In terms of the maintenance of the facility, I absolutely agree. Cities across the country have a notorious reputation for not maintaining any of their facilities. City Hall is a really good one, where we allowed it to deteriorate over time. What do we call that? Demolition by neglect. And that's true. That's true all across the country. It's not unique to Fort Lauderdale. It's because we put money into our capital budgets and we don't have money in our operating budgets, and that's where repair and maintenance comes out of. So, but that would be true, Mayor. Whether we were putting in the multi-purpose turf field, those require ongoing maintenance. I'm sure Phil can speak to that. They're expensive to keep up. If it's a tennis court, if it's a basketball court, it doesn't matter what we put in there. If we fail to budget money for operations and maintenance, it's going to fall apart. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But that will happen irrespective of whether this is a pickleball court or any other amenity that we construct. As you say, whatever it is we've built, it's fallen apart. So I think we need to separate what we're doing there from how we maintain these going forward. We need to bifurcate those two things. They really have nothing to do with each other. If we fail to maintain anything that we own, shame on us. And I would argue that that's true for every single city facility that we have, from water and sewer plants to pickleball courts. So, but
okay, all righty. Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Could I weigh in on this? I was going to wait until after the presentation, but I guess this is taking a side turn. So the couple, Ellen, if you could stay up here just for a couple minutes. This is going to. I'm usually, you know me. I usually like a few words, but this is going to take a lot to get to where I'm going to go. Take a little sidestep here, but we have to prioritize what we do as a city as far as our funding goes. We have infrastructure problems, and right now we had floods on April. That costs a lot. Now we had a water break. Mayor, you know about that. We had to boil water. We just had to come out of emergency funds to fix a water main that we didn't expect. Last couple of days we're having water going, flooding in several of my districts that are going ballistic. Why we're not investing more in the infrastructure. And these are things we have to pay for. We're going to have something coming up in just a couple minutes, the Everett Tennis Center. Now, we're building the tennis courts over in Snyder Park at no cost to us because we have to prioritize
pickleball, not tennis.
Pickleball courts in Snyder because we have to know the money we have. I think infrastructure at this point has to be a major priority. Everett Tennis Center is going to cost more money, and it's a fee-based thing. I know, Phil, you might want to talk about that, but that's something that there's fees involved, there's memberships and things like that. If we're going to have to do improvements, I think we owe it to ourselves not to have a plan where it's going to take money out of things that we need for, police, fire. Now infrastructure's come to the top of the list.
Commissioner,
Dean, please.
No,
Mr.
but
Mayor,
as you know, this is out of Parks bond money. It's not out of infrastructure money.
Mr. Mayor, when I'm done, you could please, if I can.
I'm just trying to help. I understand. That's all.
But we're talking about one other thing here now. We're going to build some courts. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is okay. Once you get past the critical number, you're now talking about things that Steve has talked about, not only maintenance, but, you're going to have to oversee it, run it. We're going to have more staff there. This is going to be things that are going to start costing more money in addition to just the amount of money that costs to build the courts. Like we're doing with the tennis center, there's a fee structure involved. If we go past a fee like 4, 5, 6, we probably are going to have a fee or something. So again, there's only so much money going on, and I can't justify having this much while the pipes are breaking, while I have areas that are flooded in my city. And maybe we do need to get the expertise of our partners that are building it. Maybe we do need to have somebody to run it for us or tell us how it's done. I think having more people at the table telling us how to run this, the number that we need and things like that is, the more info we have is not a bad thing. All the info and help we could get is pretty good. That's my thought. I mean, any comment?
No, I just I wanted to clarify to Commissioner Herbst. I wasn't suggesting they needed our permission. We were just committed. And I realize the people we negotiated with are no longer here. But at the end of the day, we are investing $22 million into city infrastructure. And we're just simply asking to be a part of pickleball conversations because we talked about potentially maybe we could manage it for the city. In other words, make it a part of the overall complex, manage that facility as well as Snyder Park. So it's just being a part of it. You can come up with creative ideas where you won't have the problem of maintenance in the future, and it could be a part of our program. And we talked about maybe doing that at Holiday Park 2 at the tennis center. We were a part of the RFP conversation. The problem is they're shutting it down for 6 months. They want, there's a lot of other logistical problems there, and the tennis community is very set on how they want that facility to run. So I'm just, I just wanted to clarify that. I appreciate the conversations. We're not asking for permission. We're just asking to simply be part of the conversation.
And I think the more people at the table, the better. We don't have to commit to anything, but, the more people, it's only going to be a positive. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, just one thing first, Vice Mayor. So I just want to clarify something. You brought up water infrastructure and other expenditures that the city is undertaking. I just want to remind the public that any money that's being spent on this park comes from the Parks Bond money, which has already been set aside to build the city's portion of this park. So we're not taking money away from pipes or storm drains or any other infrastructure items that we've already committed to. This is a completely separate funding source, and I don't want people to think that we're abdicating our responsibility towards those other infrastructure needs. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Going, I guess, definitely in a different direction.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm on slide number 20, where it's given us a preliminary development schedule rather. And it looks like we're stretching this out to 2025. in the meantime, with what's going on, I'm thinking about parking. Where are we with parking at the stadium? How does this interact with the process of this moving forward?
So while this is under design, no groundbreaking will take place, if I'm reading that right, till October of 24. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
so the commission did agree for Inter Miami to use the parking area while this is being designed, and I believe the agreement is until December of this year.
That's correct. It's through December of this year, and it's my expectation, and this was one of the things, obviously, that we'll be talking about during the mediation process, is an extension of that for another year. If we're looking at an October date, I think it's perfectly reasonable that we simply postpone that beginning of the construction till the end of the season so that they can complete their season with uninterrupted parking on the site. I think that's perfectly reasonable for us to contemplate. Once we've begun the groundbreaking, though, once we've got a shovel in the ground, let's call it January 1, at that point, then Miami Beckham will need to move forward on finding alternative locations for a long-term parking solution that does not contemplate the park itself.
My question with that, you're saying January 1st of 2024?
2025.
Okay. So during that time, for another season. Okay. So, but how does that, how do we as a city with the agreement we have right now with Inter Miami and the expected participation nationwide from individuals coming to participate and have come to these soccer games to see Messi, how are we going to limit parking space? Is there any way that we could even delay that groundbreaking further to make sure that there is opportunity for parking? Is that a conversation we can have?
So I would hesitate to delay this any longer. Again, this park was supposed to have been built over a year ago, and I would not want to arbitrarily delay construction of the park by another year. My neighborhood has been waiting for this. My community, my district has been waiting for this for a long time. And regardless of why we are where we are in terms of delays, I don't think I want to introduce any deliberate extension on that. And even if we were to do that by, say, one more year, it doesn't solve the parking problem. The parking problem is never going to go away. And so I think we simply need to recognize that they need to develop alternative solutions, which, to go back in time, when they presented their parking studies to the city, when they asked for a parking reduction, they had a number of plans in place for how they were going to accommodate the needs of their guests. Because if you recall, with a 17,000-seat stadium under our building code, they were supposed to build 4,900 parking spaces. They, along with their traffic consultants, came back and got a parking reduction down to 983 spaces. So they went from 5,000 down to 1,000. And the way they were able to do that was by putting forward a plan of contracting with local business owners for after-hours parking, which is very similar to what you see down in Miami around Marlins Stadium and so forth. And so that was always the anticipation. It simply wasn't necessary for them to go ahead and conduct those agreements, because they had the availability of, what we call the yellow lot right now. So, but now with that park finally on the path to coming to fruition, I expect they'll implement the parking reduction plan that they had developed and presented to the city back in, I think it was 2019. I don't think we can solve their parking problem for them. I think that's something that's incumbent upon them. And that may involve them having to build a parking garage on that site. They can go vertical over their existing surface level parking. We're doing that on some of our parking lots. We're doing that over on 2nd Street. So if long-term parking is a need at that location, they have opportunities to bring that into play, whether they do it through contracting it out or whether they decide to build a garage that actually meets their needs on site.
So, do we have a rendezvous? I need a reminder of where the parking is in alignment with the park
Right.
Do we have anything?
Let's go back to the site plan, which is on page. Let's go. All right, page 7.
Is that
Yeah.
7?
Yeah.
It's also on 8.
7 and 8?
7
Okay.
and 8. Yeah.
Well, I don't see on
Yeah,
7 right
so,
there.
So the areas where we currently have parking, you're looking at the
whole
area
thing.
that will be, yeah, I mean, it's a large part of that entire site.
And so there was some conversation to there's a mall between see that roadway there?
Mm-hmm.
So there's like a mall to the right. They were talking about converting that grassy area to parking spaces, but I think they were also contemplating using part of the park area that we see to the left of that road, because I mean we have to understand they're planning to move down to Miami, and I don't know if they have a timetable yet, but I think 25, 26 is kind of where they're thinking in terms of building their stadium. Maybe Stephanie, can you come up here?
I don't think 25 is realistic at all.
Can you both come up here and educate us a little bit about that? Because once their competition play moves to Miami, hi Chris. Senator Chris. Once competition play moves to Miami, the demand for parking is going to be reduced. Although I do sometimes question that, because we're not going to let that stadium lie idle during the year. I mean, Inter Miami is going to subcontract that stadium out for other purposes. They'll have exhibition games. They'll who knows what they're going to
Women's
use it
soccer. There's been a number of things
There
that have
could be
been
a number of
proposed
things
for it.
which will-
It's not going dark, that's for sure.
Right. So we really, I think that the vice mayor brings up a good point. I mean, we keep trying to ignore that issue, but at some point we need to look at a more permanent solution to where parking is going to be accommodated to that stadium. So, Vice Mayor, do you want to ask your questions to the representatives?
Yes, my question is, in association with the timeline that we have here for the groundbreaking, when is it in comparison with the transition from Fort Lauderdale to Miami? How does this impact parking?
Vice Mayor Stephanie Toothaker and Chris Smith on behalf of Miami Beckham United Inter Miami. Thank you for your question and thank you for the thought. I want to just take a moment and go back in time. When we got the original stadium approved, it is accurate that some part of the parking plan was to use what is referred to as the yellow lot, which is the future park, and there was also a presentation that included the addition of using parking lots during games that are used for other uses during the day. That did happen. That is actually in place. We do have multiple other lots that Inter Miami uses to accommodate the parking demand during games. So that is accurate. That is the current situation. It's also accurate to say that what's referred to as the yellow lot, which is the future park, is the most important of all of those lots because of its proximity to the stadium. And from a timing perspective, going back to when the original stadium, the stadium that's there today, was approved, everybody thought that Inter Miami would already be playing in Miami. So the parking demand that we see today was always temporary, which is why there was never the idea that we were going to build a parking garage. It was everybody always acknowledged this is going to be a temporary issue while Inter Miami plays here. What we've seen is post-COVID, the reason that the timelines have been extended so far out because of COVID and because of the timeline for Miami Freedom Park. And what we've seen is that because Leo Messi, who is without a doubt the most important sports figure in the world, and Inter Miami is now the most popular MLS team in the world or in the United States, what we've seen is that the demand has skyrocketed to numbers that we could have never contemplated, that nobody could have ever contemplated. And in fact, it is difficult to park the stadium when Messi plays, and he will continue to play. We believe that our timeline, you probably have seen in the paper that the team did break ground at Miami Freedom Park, and that has started. But a realistic timeline for that is probably 2025. So we're going to continue to see the demand
The end of 2025?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. And so that demand, we think, is probably a reasonable high-level demand for that time. Obviously, we're on a very accelerated schedule in Miami, and we hope that we'll meet that schedule. But construction delays happen, so we think that that's a temporary problem. Of course, the stadium will continue to be used. Of course, there will be other amazing things that will continue to happen in that stadium, including some of the things you have on your agenda tonight for Beach Bowl. But you won't. I don't think you'll have that level of demand that you're seeing right now in this very short period of time.
Okay, so for the other events that John mentioned, you don't think that you're not going to need that extended parking that you need now? I mean, like the Beach Bowl, if the yearly events after that, it's not going to be nearly to the same extent.
There will always be a parking demand, and there will always be other opportunity, in addition to the parking that Inter Miami built that's there. There's what we call the FAU lot. There are some private agreements with other vendors in the area, businesses that we have entered into agreements with, and there is parking available. The proximity of the yellow lot is critical because you can park and walk. You're not crossing Commercial Boulevard. That's the reality of the situation. And from a safety perspective, we think it's just the proximity and the short-term issue that we have with Messi playing for the team, here in Fort Lauderdale, which is a wonderful thing for everybody, but it does create a short-term parking challenge. Yes.
So again, for clarity, from my understanding, the timeline that John has offered with the groundbreaking, that aligns with what we could do to address the parking?
No, we're going to be short by a year. So if you groundbreak in the beginning of 2025, we're going to have a soccer season during the year of 2025 with the #1 soccer star in the world playing, and have a chronic parking problem because we're doing construction during that year. And as mentioned before, we'll be out of there by 2026, and then have periodic events there. And there's still, maybe a problem, but you're going to have a chronic parking problem during the year of 2025, while we have this immense opportunity of having Lionel Messi play in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Do we get, we charge for parking? We get something
we get something for that, yeah.
We charge.
Get a cut.
Inter Miami charges for parking, and then the city, we pay the city for the right to use that.
We get a portion of it.
Okay. And where would that money go to help build the park, or does that go back to general funds?
That goes to the parking fund. No, sorry, that goes to the general fund.
It's not really a lot of money. I mean,
it's still money, though.
Yeah, I know.
I'm from a community. Money is money.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, but I'm saying where it goes, I think it does go to the general fund.
It does.
Right.
Yeah.
What's it been, about 150 up to now?
Per year.
Per year?
I'm going to ask Ben Rogers to come and give you some better numbers.
There's still money that can go towards the park. It's
not going to make a difference in a $25 million park.
Yeah, exactly.
The new park site has how many parking spaces, City Manager? Do you know? That we're looking at on page 7. How many spaces are we contemplating?
Why don't we ask Mr. Webb?
Okay, Mr. Webb.
Mr. Webb, do you know off the top of your head how many parking spaces are indicated on the site plan?
I believe it's 60-some.
60?
Yeah. And
Plus
then
the
there's
grassy
that grass
area?
Overflow parking.
Which is probably another 20?
Probably 30.
30, so that's about 90?
So maybe 90?
Yeah.
But that's intended just to service the people participating in the park.
Right. That is calculated on those uses.
All right, so we're going to have that transition time you know, that I mean, it's the elephant in the room that we weren't really talking about, but we see now with the timeline for construction and the expectation of the transfer of the teams competition play not until the beginning of 2026. There's going to be that 1 year that we're going to have to deal with. So I don't know if we have an answer for that today, Vice Mayor, but it's certainly a conversation. Yeah. All right.
I'd like to also add, Mayor, if I might, just for a moment. We also had thought that these were discussions that were going to be had during mediation. We had not. I'll admit I had not seen this plan until I downloaded it from the public agenda website on Friday. We've not seen this before. You know, there's so much about it, about what's in the backup that we assumed we would have those discussions at the mediation table. We've not been contacted by anybody. We've not heard from the mediator. We've not heard from the city. We've not heard from AECOM. This all came as a bit of a surprise to us. Some of it has been sketched out before. There's been a background discussion, but it's not been formally presented, and we look forward to having those discussions.
Were you made aware of the agenda item at the Parks, Recreation, Beaches Advisory Board on September 27th when this was presented?
Not until I saw the backup, which I received on Sunday.
Okay.
Okay, we'll have to. Commissioner Herbst now knows he's got to resume the mediation, and this will be one of the subjects that has to be brought up.
Thank you.
But let me back up on that, Mayor, because when we presented this last time, when we presented this as a conceptual, we talked about the fact, and City Manager will confirm this, that we were moving forward with 30% design. There was never any discussion about the design of the park being part of mediation at all at any point in time. We were very clear that we were moving forward with 30% design so that we can refine the numbers, because I remember distinctly several of my colleagues up here questioning the veracity of the figures that we're putting out there, including you, Mayor. You had some questions about the accuracy of these numbers, and so in order for us to determine how accurate those figures are, we have to move through 30, 60, 90% design. We can't come up with a figure until we move forward, and we can't delay that till we get to mediation. In fact, this isn't even a topic for mediation. And so, again, I reiterate that this was all discussed at our prior meetings. This was never a secret. We said we were moving forward. We've been open and obvious about this. There's nothing hidden or nefarious about this. So I just want to be very clear that we've talked about this. It's been, again, discussed before, and we're simply moving forward to execute on the plan that we put in place. And I anticipate we will continue to do that with AECOM moving forward to the next step of 60% and then 90%. And again, we will continue to evaluate the site. We will continue to refine the plans. Happy to have conversations with Miami Beckham as we go forward and do this so they can see where we are. But again, this plan is essentially the same plan that we've been talking about now for 2 years.
Right, but when we said we wanted to,
we need to finish the process to refine our numbers so we know what we're talking about. We can't even go into mediation as to who pays for what if we don't know what we're paying for.
Well, I agree with you.
That's a condition precedent.
I totally agree with you, but the thing is that when we said we wanted to bring the design to 30%, it was not that the 30% design was in stone. It was just a presentation for conversation. So now we have the preliminary design, we have the preliminary numbers. So now let us use this as a conversation to get us to 60%. And so again, it's not what AECOM tells us what they're going to do. It's what, now that they've propose this, we're now going to give them feedback, and Inter-Miami can participate in that conversation. All right?
Thank you.
So maybe it doesn't have to be part of the mediation per se, but they can.
I don't think it should.
Okay.
So I'd like to make sure that we leave here then with an understanding. Then I'm looking at my colleagues. So my district has been waiting patiently, sometimes not so patiently, for a park. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody as to why the park is not done. I don't care what happened up to this point. Okay, that's irrelevant to me in terms of what we're going to do going forward. So I want to make sure that my colleagues understand that this park is extremely important to my residents in my district. They've been waiting a long time, and I think it's important that we deliver on this. This is part of that parks bond, Mayor, as you spoke to very eloquently, that this money is there. We have a covenant with our residents who approve the general obligation bond. Okay, that's unlike the other bonds that we do, where we issue bonds and we back them with other forms of taxes and excise taxes and covenants to budget and appropriate. No, we went to the residents of the city of Fort Lauderdale, and they committed $200 million to parks, okay, because they believe passionately in parks. This is one of the single most important things that I think we have probably done outside of our water and sewer system. So, we've got an obligation to meet the expectations that we created by telling our residents, we're going to borrow this money, you're going to pay it back over the next 30 years, and we are going to deliver on our promises to you. And I'm asking my colleagues to honor that obligation, honor that promise, and let's please not delay this any more than we need to. Let's move forward and meet the expectations of District 1 that's been waiting patiently for their park. Let's please, I implore you, don't delay this any further. Let's move forward.
Okay.
We've got a good plan.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Mayor,
yes, sir.
Like the last discussion, it is in our comprehensive agreement that you do have to meet with us and discuss the park with us. So we want to make sure going forward, from this day forward, that we are in all discussions regarding.
Mr. Webb, you get their contact information and engage them in as we go towards 60%, so that we can now feel that they are participating in this conversation. Okay. All right, great.
Mayor, I think, though, we might have to have a conversation about when we want to see construction happen based on what we're hearing today.
Well, it depends how quickly design gets done.
Exactly, but I want to know what we're thinking about in terms of timeline for design. I want to know what we're thinking of in terms of when we are all going to say, yes, 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 this looks great, this is the park we want. But then I also heard from Senator Smith and Ms. Toothaker that we might have a real issue on our hands on 2025 with regards to parking. So I just want to make sure that we're being smart here. Yes, it's unfortunate that this has been delayed so long, but I'm not sure perhaps what one more year might do in terms of that delay. That might be the way we might have to go. It's not always an easy decision, but I want us to at least have that conversation on this dais so that we're being smart about what we're doing going forward.
And I agree with you, and we will have that conversation.
Okay.
I don't think we have to have that today.
Okay,
though.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I just think we need to get some more information.
But as things go, I've been on this dais for for many, many years, and I've seen how things take time.
Yes.
Right. And
I understand.
So I don't want to say there's a problem until there's a problem. So.
Mayor, I can't let that go unaddressed.
I know you can't.
I can't. No. You tell me one other district in this city where we have deliberately delayed a project.
We're not delaying the project.
No, we're talking about it.
No,
though.
we're not.
Yeah, we just did. That was, we said, we have to have a conversation about delaying
Don't misunderstand
the project.
what we've said.
And deliberately is not a good word.
No, we're not deliberately doing anything. We want to see the process, and when we're at a point where we have to make a decision, we'll make a decision. And if it means to compromise a year's worth of parking, then that's going to be the answer.
Okay.
If it means that we're going to delay the construction for one reason or another, that'll be the answer. But right now, that isn't the question. The question is, we have 30%. Let's move forward to 60%. Let's allow Inter-Miami to participate in the process. Let's sharpen our pencil on some of this pricing, and let's allow the process to continue without delay.
All right, because there's a lot of projects I'd like to delay, and I could start putting together a list.
No, we don't want to delay anything. So, okay. Do you have any further comments or questions?
Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
the Vice Mayor asked how much was collected in parking.
Yes.
So just in that area alone, that's what is referred to as a yellow lot. In 2022, $182,000 was received for parking on the yellow lot, and that goes to the general fund. In 2023, just in the first 6 months, from January to June, $112,000 has been collected for the use of that yellow lot.
What's the yellow lot?
That's that whole area.
The whole area?
Yes.
Okay. It looks green to me. I just wanted to say yellow.
They call it yellow lot.
Okay.
Their operations call it yellow lot.
I think it's this right.
No, it's the whole thing.
Is it the whole park or the right upper quadrant of that park? Is it this right here?
It's the whole thing.
It's the whole thing.
Oh, the whole park itself.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole site, yeah. Okay, very good. Let us move on. On to business 3. Hold on. Let me just get to business 3. This is an update on the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. We have a few people sign up to speak.
So, Mr. Mayor and
Yes, sir.
Commissioner and Vice Mayor and Commissioners, we received a request from the public to look at how we can enhance the experience at this tennis center. Right now, we'd like to just showcase current alternatives for continuing to enhance that experience. I want to just, keep the conversation. Mr. Williams is going to keep the conversation to whether we invest more or whether we look at partnering with someone to enhance that experience. And Mr. Williams is presenting now.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Carl Williams, Parks and Recreation Director, or Deputy Director. I'm here before you to discuss some alternatives of the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center and to hopefully initiate a conversation to get some direction on how you would like to proceed with the facility. We could continue to operate the facility in-house as we are currently doing, or we can see if there's an appetite to use a third-party vendor to operate the site. As an overview, we have roughly 550 members. We operate the facility 7 days a week. We've got 21 courts, 18 of which are clay. And there was a comment earlier about the upkeep and the maintenance of these courts. And clay courts are the ones that are very labor intensive, that do require special attention as opposed to hard courts. Also, as you'll see here in this particular slide, we do have a couple vacant positions. One is the tennis supervisor. That person's purview is to oversee and manage not only the day-to-day operations, but also the maintenance and upkeep of the facility. We also have a facility worker that's vacant, and that person's specialty would be to manage the courts, keep those up and clean, as well as the landscaping of the area. What's also that we have here in the facility is our tennis recreation instructors. Those individuals provide on-court lessons and trainings for members to participate at the facility. As an overview and high level of the profit and loss of this particular facility, these numbers were taken before the end of the fiscal year. And then we also, from an accounting perspective, we utilize tennis as one component, meaning that we also have George English Tennis Center and we also have Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. And these numbers, we tried as best we could to extrapolate those numbers from the total and just use the numbers that we best could for Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. And as a point of note, that we operate this facility with general funds and it's not a enterprise fund. Now, for a discussion, at this point, we would like some kind of direction on how you would like to move forward. If we keep it as is, myself and staff will move forward with hiring the vacant positions that I discussed a bit earlier. Of course, we would scour the the hiring market to identify a staff member that is expertise in managing a facility, as well as a staff member that is an expert in the field of clay and clay court maintenance. If we elect to go down the path of a third-party vendor, we will be looking for somebody to provide the services that we have now, but also do an enhanced level of service of those. Of course, we would, if we did have an appetite to proceed with a third-party vendor, the city would be compensated, and there's an option or a likelihood that, of course, the new vendor may come in and they would want to, of course, run a business. And so the fees may increase, and there's also a possibility for reduced open court time. So with that said, your thoughts?
Okay, very good. Thank you. We have a few people who signed up to speak. Before I do that, does anyone have any questions, or should we just wait for the public to speak?
Want to do now, or Dan? I have a
Why
few.
don't we wait? Why don't we hear from the public, and then we can go forward. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so we have a few people who signed up to speak. We have, let's see, I'll call them 3 at a time so you're prepared to be able to speak. This is Eugene Kane, followed by Lane Hollander, followed by Michael Costanzo.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Eugene Kane. I live in the flood zone area of Shady Banks. And my wife made me say that.
Okay.
But I'm a torn person because I also play tennis at the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. And I think both are important. I'm 80 years old. I play 5 days a week. I start at 7:30 in the morning. I invite anybody here on the dais to come by at that hour, and let's hit some tennis balls, and let's see what the conditions are really like at the tennis center. I want to take a moment and look back at the history of the tennis center because I think it's important for everybody to understand the importance of this facility. This was the crown jewel of local tennis years ago. Chris Everett, one of the most successful professional tennis players, used those courts as her home courts. Her family grew up there. Her father was her coach and managed the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. Jennifer Capriati also grew up on those courts. Harry Solomon also grew up on those courts. These courts have a legacy, but unfortunately, since those days, the tennis ball has rolled downhill. Now, I'm going to be very blunt with the city of Fort Lauderdale and tell you that basically the city has neglected this tennis center for years in terms of repair and maintenance and innovations. You have hired managers who were AWOL, absent without leave, more than ever being there. And then you hired maintenance people who have no knowledge at all about how to take care of true clay tennis courts. So here we are now with a tennis center that is in dire need of help. But I stand here and I support the idea that it should remain in the hands of Parks and Recreation, not given out to a third party. And I want to speak to a couple of reasons why.
All right, could you please try to summarize quickly because you've already gone past your time.
Oh, sure.
But I'll give you another minute.
I'd like to hear.
Yeah, I want to hear it too, but I mean, can you summarize your thoughts? We don't really, there are people who also want to speak too.
Sure. So let's just go to the nitty-gritty of it. There's about a $3 million bond, supposedly money out there that's going to enhance the tennis center. And I don't think we ought to be turning over an enhanced tennis center with $3 million worth of tax money to a private corporation so that they can make money off of the taxpayers of Fort Lauderdale. They also, in the provisions that I've heard about, they want to take 9 courts away from general play so that they can have a training facility of their own. That's 50% of all the courts that are available for the public. That is not going to work during the season. Take my word for it. They're 100% used from November through April. Yes, we need to hire a new tennis supervisor. We need to hire better maintenance people. And we need to really think about the legacy of this tennis center to make it what it used to be, the crown jewel of tennis in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Lane Hollander, followed by Michael Costanzo, followed by Michael Sweeney.
Hi, Lane Hollander, Plantation, Florida. Moved there in 1999. The demise of the Veltri Tennis Center began when we brought in a partnership. I've been throughout the state since 2005 tournaments. The three best public parks in the state of Florida have always been Jimmy Everett, Veltri. Forest Meadows is pretty nice, and there's one in Naples that's pretty nice. What happens when you bring in a third party is it turns your center into a profit center. So they see a court as $100 an hour. Since I'm on a time limit, if they were running all the courts with private lessons, they would see that as potentially $7.6 million in revenue each year at your facility. They see high-performance courts as a $240 court each and every day. If they ran the same hours that were up the road at the Boca Center, they see that at the end of the year, they could potentially make $7.86 million running high-performance training out of the Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. Lastly, there's a place up the road, used to be a public park, now is a private park. They take $1 million in revenue in tournament fees each and every year on 19 courts. So when you go to a partnership, what they're trying to do is turn a court into either $100 or $240 or a tournament court. That's versus your members that if you took a look at all the hours they could play in a given year, it comes to, I think, based on 10 hours a day, it's 3,400 hours. It's 10 cents an hour for them if they use the time as much as they possibly could. So the reality is if it rains and everyone's at the tennis center and the reservations are swept clean, the first person to go on the first dry court is the person who's got the $1,000 lesson. The next person to go on the next dry court may be the clinic that's worth $240 for your third-party maintenance group. And the next person that goes on may be a tournament. But the last person to go on is the member. And I'm here to tell you, you're running one of the best facilities. And in sports, the old adage is if it's not broken, don't fix it. And most of these talking points are a little bit inaccurate in the sense that you're above ground watering system. So for clay court maintenance, that's spreading out clay. At the Veltri Tennis Center, they had their field maintenance crew and take on some of those responsibilities because all this information is on YouTube. You're not running an underwater system. Putting the lines down is easy. The net is easy. The clay courts are easy because I've done all of it as a volunteer for years and years at Veltri. And I'll finish by saying I didn't realize I should have gone into pickleball court construction because my one question is, how much are you guys being charged for that 28,000 square foot slab? I mean, it should be about $250,000. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Would you want to volunteer?
Yeah. Michael
We'll accept
Costanzo, followed by Michael Sweeney, followed by Wendy Howard, and then finally David Disbrow. Michael?
Hi, thank you for having me.
Sure.
I won't rehash a lot of what was already said, but in summary, as a tennis player over at the community at Holiday Park, there are some concerns with outsourcing. The number one concern is the historical aspect of the facility. In 1988, it was voted one of the best 10 public tennis facilities in the country, and since then we could say it's not. And I think that there's a major want of the players for the city to bring it back without outsourcing it, that we can do it as a city and make it the best which it was. The other concerns of outsourcing would be the increased cost. We have a lot of new players that come to Fort Lauderdale. They move here, and they are not going to go to Coral Ridge, or they're not going to go to the yacht club to go take lessons. It's just out of their price range. So Holiday Park provides a great opportunity for them to start playing tennis at a very inexpensive rate. And then a lot of seniors are here, and they're on fixed incomes, and they're very concerned about the cost of outsourcing and what that would do to the cost of hourly rates. Court availability. On a typical morning, there's a wait time to get on the court. I've been there on Tuesday mornings at 9 a.m. and I've had to wait 30 minutes to get on. Saturday mornings, we sometimes wait 45 minutes to get on, and there's 18 courts there that we're using that the pros aren't. The pros get a few courts, and then the public gets. So if we had a vendor occupy a junior program or a high performance and take 9 courts, and we were left with only 9, then we would be really have a difficult time getting on these courts. It's already difficult now. Just want to hint on one more thing that Eugene said at the beginning. He said that the managers have been AWOL. In 2006, the Parks and Rec Department changed their way of managing the tennis center. Prior to that, it was run by tennis professionals, Jimmy Everett, Whitney Kraft. And then in 2006, they went to...
Go ahead, finish.
They went to administrators that don't know a lot about tennis, and that's why it's gone downhill. I believe that the city can hire a dedicated tennis director and bring it back to what it was.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Sweeney, followed by Wendy Howard, followed by David Disbrow.
Well, I moved to Fort Lauderdale in 1999, and one of the considerations for moving here and in Coral Ridge was Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. And there have been complaints about the way it's been run. I don't have as many complaints because I enjoy the facility as it is, except that it could be run better. It's a nice place to go, and lots of friendships are there. And I listen to everything that could happen when we have somebody who's like a middleman with more expenses. And
well, when you say run better, what does that mean?
Well, the courts haven't been maintained as well as it should be.
Okay.
We should have a whole different system like the underground system that was mentioned. And when I came here, Whitney Kraft was here, and it's gone down since then. And I fear it might be because they're not paying enough to get somebody of quality. I mean, the numbers were kind of small, like 40 or 60,000 a year, which that doesn't sound very good to me. But there were 700 people that signed petitions to keep it run the way it is by the city, but hopefully with improvements. And I mainly came to speak to make sure that the 700 were mentioned and that people wanted it to stay run the way it was, except betterly.
Okay. Thank you so much. Wendy Howard. Is Wendy here? You don't want to speak? Sure. David. Hi, David. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. So I agree. I guess it's unanimous with everyone who's come up here that we want to keep it as is, but we need better management on the courts. We need a state-of-the-art watering system. We need lighting, and that will.
We have lighting.
Well, we don't have good lighting.
Okay.
I've talked to AEOC.
So
I was at the AECOM's meeting there. He was discussing the fact that tennis court lighting is very specific. And it's expensive, and you need it different than, let's say, a pickleball court. And for the life of me, I can't see why $3.8 million is being spent on pickleball courts far out from the center of the city, and less money is being spent on Jimmy Everett, which is a crown jewel of the city. It's been that way for years.
Let me just say one thing. A number of years ago, we spent a lot of money on those courts. I mean, there was a bond issue that actually built those courts. So we have spent a lot of money there. And when you say it's outside the center of the city, we still have people that live out there that are very important to us too. So that we've never had any park facilities forever in the history of the city. So, it's important that we try to create facilities for everybody. But to your point, part of the Parks Bond money included money to revitalize the tennis courts. So, we have not seen that yet, but I think that the tennis courts at Holiday Park have always been an important part of the public recreational facilities that we've had here in our city. I've been here 41 years. I've played on those courts myself when I could, and now it's not so easy. So the gentleman that gets up at 7:30 every morning and plays there, he probably would beat me. So, but your point is well taken. I think we do need to maintain those courts better than we have. We get a lot of feedback in that same way, in that same point of view.
Right, and it's a tremendous value for what we get, and I think it would be a shame if we were to farm it out to a third party that raises the rates and takes court time away. Like for the bullet points, number 1 and the last one, if they take, if the other offerings are taking 7 courts away to have a premium training facility, which then speaks to the reduction in court time for the public, that would be a travesty because it's already full. It's already oversold.
Yeah, we need more courts, not fewer.
Exactly. But we don't need more pickleball courts.
Well, don't tell that to the pickleball people.
No, we got, what 80-something pickleball courts?
We're going to have a
in Snyder
civil war
Park.
here on pickle versus tennis.
So let's.
Yeah, I know.
So it's agreed we're not getting more tennis courts. So let's improve what we have.
We will. Okay.
And let's not sacrifice the hard courts that are there. Right.
You can always move to the tennis club too over in South Middle River. They have wonderful courts there.
Well, but for what fee? I mean, this is a great value. I think we should be keeping the value. So, like what was spoken to before, that you can have access to lower income, fixed income people that play. And as far as the reservation system, the reservation system, the way it stands now, is fine. I think if we were to go to, let's say, an online reservation system, what happens now is people show up to the court. They don't need a reservation. If they have a reservation, they get priority.
Right.
But then when their time is up after an hour and a half, they can come back and get another open court. And if it were in place a formal reservation system, I think that would be a lot harder to do.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last of the people that have signed up to speak. Does anyone else wish to speak on this topic? Come on up.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Your name?
Michael Kraus.
Hello, Michael.
I've also been playing at the courts for 4 years now. Just wanted to say that everything that these people before me have said is absolutely true. And I don't know whether the 5 of you have gone over personally in the past 6 months and toured the court, but there is a committee that Mike Costanza and 2 other people belong to, and I would urge you, to the 5 of you, to take the time and make the effort to go see the condition of the facility and let people who are there on a daily basis explain to you, because there's no other way to get a comprehensive understanding of what's going on there but to go there and show up and let people who know what's going on point things out. You're never going to understand it unless you go there. I don't know how the 5 of you haven't gone there with all of the conversation that I've heard.
Wait, please don't make that assumption.
Well, I asked, and Mayor said, he shook his head no, that he hadn't been there.
Well, not only have I been there, but I've met with Mr. Costanza and several members of the advisory committee for over a year.
Have the 5 of you gone there?
I can't speak for anyone else, but
Okay.
I just don't want to be lumped into that
I just
group.
said I'm begging the 5 of you to go as a group. If you've gone there, I thank you for that.
We can't do that. That would violate sunshine
Well,
law.
let's not go there. Let the gentleman finish this. Yeah, okay.
Okay. So if you want to get hung up on form, we can do that all day. If you've gone, that's wonderful. I would ask the 5 of you, since the 5 of you are involved, to please do that, because I think that's important in understanding what is going on, the people's feelings about it, the positives and negatives of outsourcing, mostly negatives from what I understand. But again, please make the effort to bring back what was once a shining jewel. I think that you won't regret it. But as you guys have said in numerous occasions just today, a lot of city facilities, you watch them go downhill, downhill, downhill. This is a typical example of that same issue that you've brought up several times today while we've been here. So thank you. Please address it. And I think it's able to be done with the city forces.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Hey, Phil, can you come up to the podium for a second? We're hearing a refrain here about the maintenance of the courts. What's been holding you back in trying to keep up with the maintenance of these courts?
Well, I think it's a lot of things. Some of it has been some of the challenges with the administration. We were working through some challenges. The director's not there anymore, so this was an opportunity to look at new leadership there. A lot of it is turnover.
When did that director leave?
It's been probably in March.
And you haven't been able to hire anybody since March?
Well, we went through this conversation, and then the decision was to look at what we're talking about today. So we didn't want to bring on.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, and so it was, since it was the summer, it was a slower time. We thought this would be the opportunity to look at that. And I will say, turnover in the maintenance side is tough. When they talk about people that know how to maintain a court, there's not many out there. And if you can find one, then they may go somewhere else, or they decide they want to get promoted in the city or go to another city. So that's always a challenge with any position we have. Mm-hmm. But when you have specialized positions, it's even more. I will also say I've been here for quite a long time. I was here when Whitney was here. Whitney was a unique individual, and he did a great job there. He was recruited and went up to the U.S. Open, and the facility was, of course, newer then, and it's aged over time, as we all do. And so with that, and with the I guess to background, when I first started here, Whitney was on contract. So Whitney had a pretty nice arrangement financially to do what he was doing. Mm-hmm. At the time, many years ago, when I was in the middle of it, we were told that he could no longer be a contract employee. He had to become a city employee. So that there was a lot of angst through that, and we fought through that. Whitney stayed for a while, but then again moved on. But there are challenges to find a quality tennis director that has experience at the level that the city pays, understanding what probably he was getting and what other people are getting that can set their own salaries. So that's a challenge. So we have a lot of challenges out there, not to make excuses, and we can do much better. But the facility is getting old. They talk about the irrigation system. That's part of the bond, was to get the new subsurface irrigation system or watering system, because the one there is definitely antiquated, doesn't work well, closes the courts for quite a long period of time. You lose a lot of clay. We put a lot of clay back on the court. So we're fighting through it, but it needs some help.
Okay. Commissioners, District Commissioner, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So I did want to reiterate that actually I had some outreach dating back to June of 2022 from members of the Tennis Advisory Committee. I actually counted 6 emails starting last June, and then we had 9 Zoom meetings with staff, Phil Thornburg, also Carl Williams, and at least 3 members of that Tennis Advisory Committee. So this has been a process, and that's why we are, I think, here today, because I have been very concerned about the condition of the tennis center. And as we've heard today, it does have an amazingly storied history. And that's my concern, that we're not there where we once were. So I want to keep an open mind, but I I will say that I don't think that the facility is maintained and managed the way it should be. That being said, I know that we have over $3 million in the bond to do some upgrades at the tennis center. But here are my goals. My goals are, number one, to make sure that this facility is everything that it can be. I mean, it should just be run efficiently. It should be maintained efficiently. It should have a pro shop. It should have everything that a tennis center should have. At the same time, and I've had these conversations also, just so you know, with the president of the Victoria Park Civic Association. She also plays tennis. And I've had many exchanges with her about this facility as well. So it's not like, I just want folks to understand that we're not here today out of the blue. This is a result of us meeting with folks that are very much concerned with the center, as am I, not just as the district commissioner, but also for the entire city, because we've even heard today that folks are coming to our city from Plantation to play tennis at our tennis center. So my goals are to make sure that this place is exactly what it needs to be, the best that it can be. And at the same time, my goal is to make sure that no one that plays, no member, is ever finding themselves without court time. I don't want to see anything that would impede the availability of courts. But again, I am keeping an open mind because I want to hear what Parks and Rec has in mind. We're not going to be able to sustain this facility if we just go on business as usual. We're not going to be able to have this facility be what it needs to be if we're going to pay someone, you know, $40 or $50 or $60,000 to be the person that's going to run it. We have to have a top-notch person. So I want to know what the plan is in terms of who's going to run this facility and why is that person going to make a difference running this facility. That being said, I'm not totally opposed to any kind of partnership, but again, only if I know that that's not going to mean that the city is shut out, that the membership is shut out, that the tennis players are finding themselves disgruntled or unhappy. But I'm not ready quite yet to go that far in terms of any kind of partnership, any kind of management agreement, any kind of outsourcing. But again, I don't have enough evidence in front of me. I don't have enough information in front of me in terms of what our plan is as a city to run this facility. And I need to see that. And then I need to see what exactly is being contemplated in terms of any kind of partnership on this site. You know, government doesn't always do the best job in terms of operations and maintenance of facilities like this. We don't always have the expertise that's necessary on something as specialized as this, but I don't think it's so difficult, and I don't think it's hard to hire the right people to maintain. You know, I have, you know, pages and pages of notes and minutes from all of my meetings that I've had with this advisory committee, and I see that we have made some progress, but not enough and not fast enough. And going forward, we have to just do much better. So, Mayor, I would say that I really need to see what staff is contemplating, and I need to see what the plan is to bring this facility to where it really needs to be, because we're just not there yet. Thank you.
So what you've asked is basically for a recommendation from staff. So, I mean, I don't know, Phil, are you prepared to make an ask of this commission today? Is that what this is about?
No, it's not about that, Mayor. Early today was just to get a feeling on whether you wanted to continue with us looking at the third party. We do have a solicitation that's out there. We could bring that forward as well as a plan internally ourselves. I can tell you that there's going to be a financial burden to that because we are running, besides what Carl showed you with vacant positions, we're running on a skeleton crew anyway. And so it's going to take financial, it's going to take some people, it's going to take some capital to get it to where it needs to be. But we can put that together and show you what that would involve.
All right, so maybe that should be the next steps. Mr. City Manager, you get together with Mr. Thornburg and come back with Plan A and Plan B and see what what might work best. I mean, I always like to depend on city staff for maintaining city facilities, but I've also come to learn that we don't always have the capability of finding the right people at the amount of money that we can afford. I know that I hear the drawbacks. People are always concerned that because there's a profit motive for a third party to be involved, that's going to shortchange the community and the city. And I also am concerned that one of the proposals is to set aside some of the courts for training, which I'm not at all in favor of, because we really are short tennis courts. We can't really pull them out of the inventory we have. So, all right, why don't you bring back to the commission a recommendation or a couple recommendations, and then this commission can move forward on that. All right,
we will definitely, and I appreciate that. And as you mentioned, Mayor, cost will be a factor. I think we've done a good job in keeping the rates low for folks that are members there. But we need to look at the holistic picture here. We have to really dig deep, and we have to make sure that we know what we're doing. We might even have to look at some sort of hybrid formula. I'm not sure. Right. But I'm really open to all options. Again, though, we have to do much better in maintaining and what we're doing here at this facility. This really has the bones to be, once again, I think, a premier facility. And I don't want to see us go backwards at all, but it has been a struggle, because I will be very honest with you, in the over 1 year of meetings that I've been having and notes that I've been looking at, I'm not happy with the progress. I'm not happy with the rate in which we're moving to improve the facility. And I do know we have some money that's still there, but we just need to do better.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, Mayor, before Phil steps down, just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Phil, do you have a breakout of revenue versus expenses strictly for the tennis courts? Do you analyze it in terms of its profitability, or where is it as a?
So we're hoping with the new system, the financial system now, we are being able to break down that much more than we have been. So we'll have that going into this year. But as Carl mentioned earlier, Commissioner, we have a tennis programs budget. So George English was in there, Jimmy Everett in there, even the other public courts for any nets we bought, all that stuff was lumped into there. So we tried to pull out as much as we could to understand the revenue and expenditures just for Jimmy Everett.
Right.
But we don't have that. We don't track that specifically at this point. But we are moving forward.
Okay, so you don't have basically an activity-based cost that will allow you to determine whether you're making money, losing money. You have no idea.
Correct.
I don't think it's a profit center, I'll tell you that.
So yeah, we're not making money, and as been discussed, most public facilities don't, because we do want to make it affordable, and we have programs, we have kids programs, have all kinds of stuff. So we haven't been out to make money, but we don't want to, we want to be financially, understood that we're going to do our best. But as I understand our new financial system, we are going to be able to track not only that, but a lot more things within the department and citywide on, sub-objects, things like that, activities.
Maybe you should ask Ellen's team to see if they can come in and run your tennis courts too while they're at
it. Commissioner Sturman.
Yeah, Phil, just a couple of quick things. Number one, just so we have an idea, put it in perspective, how many courts or facilities are there in the city that have tennis courts? I know there's Hardy Park, there's George English, there's Everett. How many do we have?
I don't know the total number of courts, but it's probably close to 100 or so.
No, how many facilities, not the courts?
Well, we only have the two that we charge,
right,
which would be George English and Jimmy Everett.
Right.
Everything else is free play.
But which ones? About 5, 6 throughout the city, or I know.
I
think Seminole Middle School has a few.
we have a lot of parks that have tennis courts in them, open courts. Some maybe only 1 or 2 courts, and then some maybe like a Hardy Park has 5 or 6 there. So it varies.
Okay, the other 2 other very quick questions. Under the Everett Center, George English is part of that. That's part of the umbrella of that. Is that correct? So they charge for both of those.
That's correct.
Okay. And what's the fee schedule? I mean, the membership fee per day. I mean, how does that? Give us an idea what the charge is for that.
I wouldn't have that. I don't know if Carl may have that.
So the annual membership fee to use the facility is somewhere around $240 for a
Okay.
resident.
Okay.
And if you wanted to come to the court, I think it's a $3 fee if you're not.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, may I recommend to the commission that we suspend the conference meeting because we do have a CRA meeting, which I would like to do, and the only thing that's left is commission reports. So, can we do that maybe after tonight's meeting or somewhere in between? Is that okay with everybody? Okay. All righty. So, let us continue on now to the CRA board meeting. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Herbst? Present. Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Here.
Commissioner Sturman?
Here.
Chair Trentals?
Here. Moving on to the agenda, M1, this is a motion approving minutes for September 19th. By the way, folks, thank you for coming this afternoon. We appreciate it. Thank you. Motion approving minutes for September 19th, 2023, Community Redevelopment Agency Board meeting. Someone like to move the item?
So move.
Does someone like to second it?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Chair Trentals?
Yes, and that item is now approved. R1, this is a resolution waiving the maximum funding amounts and approving forgivable loan increase of $235,000 under the Property and Business Improvement Program to the Omegas in Broward, Inc. This is at 1108 Sistrunk Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, and authorizing the executive director to execute all documents related to this transaction and delegating authority to the executive director to take certain actions and providing for an effective date. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been introduced. Does anyone have any questions?
I would just like to know if we're ready to go on this, because I know that this was first approved by us on December 15th, 2020. And I understand what's happened since then, but I just want to hear from Clarence that we're good to go and this can get started, because it's been a while. It's been 3 years. I understand COVID came in there, and I understand inflation. The project's gone from $400,000 to $650,000. And I know that we're supplying 90% of the funding for the project. So I just want to make sure that we are really ready to go.
We are ready, Commissioner.
Ready to
We're
go.
ready. Plans are ready, and we're ready to go.
Ready to go.
That's all I needed to hear. I'm happy to
Yes.
hear it. Thank you,
Okay.
Clarence.
All right. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency waiving the maximum funding amount under the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency's Property and Business Investment Improvement Program for Omegas in Broward, Inc., approving additional funding in the amount of $235,000, approving the First Amendment to the Property and Business Investment Improvement Agreement, authorizing the Executive Director to execute the First Amendment and all related instruments, delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions and providing for an effective date. Vice Chair Beasley Pittman?
Yes.
Commissioner Sturman?
Yes.
Commissioner Herbst?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Chair Trentals?
Yes, and R1 is now approved. Is there any further business of the CRA? There being none, that meeting is concluded. Let us resume at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
So they kicked out Kevin McCarthy.